Okay. I think we might be live. My mic's been a bit weird recently, so let me know if it's too loud or not. Looks okay. Welcome everybody. It's tournament time again here in the fish tank. Night's Duel number 27, I think it is today. Let me check my notes. Indeedly do. It is 27. So what have we got today? We got a $400 prize pool, 1v1 tournament. We got slightly extended ban powers for the players today, where they're going to be able to ban 1 master and 3 cards instead of the previous 2 cards. So that's something the players have been asking for a while. A lot of it was to do with Shield Captain Avaya. Did we want to ban Avaya outright? Not really. Don't really like banning cards unless we really have to. So let's give the players a little bit more ban power so that if one's always going to be, well, not always, but often swallowed up by one of these cards, then at least they still have some other ban powers as well. So that should be interesting to see, and we'll see how the players use those. Now, reminder regarding the cards and stuff. Now, nothing's banned from the tournament from a bug point of view. There was some bugs introduced with the patch when we went to 1.49 Vanguard, but fortunately we had a bug fix, hot fix on Thursday, which ironed out pretty much the most important bugs, or any of the bugs that would have affected the tournament. We had the untargetable units that was caused by the death prediction from the Jade Flingers and the Bounceberry Flingers, I think. So that got fixed. There was a problem with Apep's perk giving spells when it shouldn't do, and also not being correctly reduced. So that was fixed as well. So those were kind of the main things I think that we were worried about. And those have been fixed. So good on the devs for fixing those. Thanks very much. So no bug bans. But there are, of course, some restrictions with regards to the season cards. Current season cards, as always, are not allowed. So that means that Prime Sergeant Radic and the Rapid Response Reserves, they will also not be allowed. But, of course, the previous season's cards that were banned last tournament, are going to be available. And they could be played. Shrumama Shumi and Shroomer, and we've seen, especially the Shumi card, we've seen her all over the place in solos, very, very strong in duos as well, especially when it's wild carded. Are we going to see it today? Let's find out. But of course, we may see them. We may see them banned if the players decide to use one of their banned powers to remove Shumi. So remember, Shumi splits when it receives a positive buff, like a shield or a spirit or giant growth or rage or haste or berserker rage. And the reason that card's been everywhere is because it got buffed in the new patch. So it's the split percentage went up from 65 to 70%, and the base stats went up a bit as well. So more HP and more damage to start with. And of course, once they split, that base damage, that base HP is extrapolated, and things get kind of out of control. Now, they did get a little bit of a nerf in the hotfix, where they had a 50 HP reduction. Feels like it's still not enough. I've played a lot of 2v2 this season, and it feels like the problem with them is the card feels okay on its own, but the fact when it's wild carded, that's when it kind of gets out of control. You handle the first lot, but then the next lot comes really fast. Not sure how strong they are in solos without any wild cards, but we will see. But yeah, I expect to see that today, potentially, if not on the field, but on the bans. Now, if we look at who is participating today, if we remind ourselves what happened in the last event, Dark Crow beat JF in the final of number 26. Really good to see JF. Don't see him in tournaments very often. He did a great job, but wasn't quite able to beat Dark Crow in the grand final. So Dark Crow is the reigning champion, and he is here again today. JF is not, unfortunately, but we do have Katt. Katt, one of the very best Minion Masters players ever. Currently number 1 on the leaderboard, as he generally is in solos. He's back today. Hasn't participated in too many events recently, but of course he did win. First. He did win number 25. Hey, Jessica. He did win number 25, which was the first event he'd played in a long time. So that was really good to see him getting on back in the tournaments and coming out on top. So, Katt's here, Set's here. DeathShoott, another player that we haven't seen too often. Very, very good top Minion Masters player. Hasn't played too much recently and definitely hasn't played in any tournaments too much recently. So I was speaking to him a little bit before the event and he feels a little bit unprepared for this. So we'll see how he goes. But a very, very good player nonetheless. And of course we've got some players that we are very familiar with as well. Bickford, we've seen him in a lot of events recently. Ficus as well. Destroy and Centera. Plus a bunch more. Now, let me turn off those sound effects that I definitely didn't forget to do. And then we'll jump into our first tournament match as soon as we can. Right, so let's turn this off. I knew there was going to be something I forgot, but it's not that important. Right. So, it's going to be 5 Swiss rounds, I think. And then an elimination. I think we're going to have a top 4 elim. But we'll double check that. But yeah, it's looking like 5 Swiss rounds. So the players are going to fight against each other, earn points. And then after those 5 rounds, we'll get our top 4. And then we'll go into the elim. Right. One thing I need to do is just turn something off quickly while I remember. Yes. You ever do that where you set something up in a dialog box and then accidentally hit cancel instead of OK? Good to be in control. Okay. Pretty warm here. Let me just put my fan on. Hopefully you won't hear it. I'm just going to put it on very low. Just get a bit of airflow in here. Right, so game number 1. Looks like it's going to be Dark Crow against Chief. Now, there should be... what am I thinking of? I just got distracted by the raid. Anno, thanks for the raid. Oh yeah, there should be a pinned comment for the brackets. So if you want to follow along from home in the watching the brackets, you can do. We'll keep you up to date with that. So the brackets should look a little something like this. There we go. Oh, Anno missed out. Anno managed to sign up for the wrong tournament. Good job. Okay, so this is the brackets for the event. So we've got our 5 Swiss rounds there that we'll work through. And then, of course, once we're completed with that... Is this the right scene? I don't think it is. Let's have a look. Okay, this should be the right one. There we go. Okay. So it looks like we're going to see Dark Crow against That Ain't It Chief, I think their name is, at the start. So we'll get set up for that. We will await the players to give their bans. Reminder again, players can ban 3 cards and a master this tournament, which previously they could only ban 2. So hopefully our ban UI should support this. So Dark Crow against That Ain't It Chief. Is their name going to be too long to fit on the screen? Don't know. Let's find out. Right. Put this in capitals. Right. Right, so let's see if we've got the players ready to be spectated. Dark Crow, previous winner, multiple-time winner, reigning champion. Is he online? Let's find out. Okay, I don't see him there. Just double check. Okay, he's probably restarting or something. Okay. Okay, so we've got Chief ready to go there, and we'll wait for Dark Crow to get there. Okay, so we're waiting for players to give us their bans. Be interesting to see what kind of bans we get. Are we going to see Shroomy, Shroomama Shoomy? Are we going to see... there is not a dark theme, no. I do use an extension, though. Dark mode, or something it's called. Because it's freaking hideous to look at for more than 3 seconds. Without eye protection. Right, Dark Crow. I should see him... I don't see him anywhere. Okay. So, we are waiting for the bans to come in. The players will probably do it privately, so nobody gets the bonus of doing it first. Also, reminder, my new tournaments, the Fishbowl Brawls, started on Friday, which is yesterday. So if you're in those, make sure you follow the instructions and actually turn up for your damn matches. So make sure you go to the website and follow. We had a lot of new players who, well, some new players that registered, they haven't turned up for their matches. So, you know, you're going to register, try to take part. Right, so, bans coming in. First bans of the day. Which is going to be... So we got Dark Crow's bans coming in. So he's banned Morelia. Caged Prowler. Bounceberry Flingers. They are very meta. A lot of people playing those instead of the stint, because remember the flingers give you the shroom, and if you don't even have any other monkey stuff, you can just pick up the shroom with its own self. And the third ban is High Inquisitor Ardera. So let's lock that in. So those are Dark Crow's bans, and then Chief has banned Apep. Now Apep's an interesting one because Apep's not really featured on the leaderboard at all this season due to the fact it was bugged, but it has been fixed now, so we should be back to normal Apep being very, very strong. Remember, Apep did get the slight nerf in the latest patch where the Shield Totem from Perk 2, the timer was increased to 30 seconds instead of 25 seconds. So we've also got Morgrel's Mark and Bridge Buddies. Only 2 card bans. Some of the players might not be aware that the bans have increased to 3 cards. Because, of course, nobody ever reads any fucking rules. Why would you read any rules, right? Okay, Morgul's Mark and Bridge Buddies. Bridge Buddies seems kind of a weird one. Right, so those are the bans. No one's going to be surprised about Morelia and Apep getting a ban. Very strong masters in solos. Right, let's see if Dark Crow is online. Not seeing him yet. Did he change his name or something stupid? What am I missing? Right, let's have a look on Steam if we can find him. Okay, oh, he's offline. Okay. Okay, so just waiting for them to go online on Steam so I can spectate them. And then we can get into the first game of the day. So it's going to be best of 3 for the first section, the Swiss format, and then we're going to go to best of 5 conquest rules, where once you've won with a master, you cannot play with said master. So we'll just wait, and hopefully we can get through this without it being too painful. We do have a giveaway running today, as always, so if you want to get into it, there should be a message that pops up in the stream for it. It should be this. Type to enter our giveaway. Oh yeah, type follow and type to enter our giveaway today for some Minion Masters stuff. Okay, that's that. Right, Darkrow's still offline. Let's see if I can get into the chat for the event to pester them there. We'll do those giveaways at the end of the stream, so make sure you get in. Give yourself a chance to get something. Right. So this is number 27. Okay. Looks like Darkrow's online now. Okay, good, good, good. Right, Darkrow's online. That's good. Okay. What's up, Kiki? Okay, it's almost time for our first match of the day. So, no Shrew Mama banned. Are we going to see some Shrew Mama played? I'm not sure if... I don't know if you guys can let me know. If you've played both solos and duos this season, let me know if you feel like the Shrooms are stronger in duos or not. I feel like they're pretty strong. I'm not sure. I haven't played too many solos, so I'm not sure how strong they are there. Because I feel like you can tech against them, but as always with the wild cards in the 2v2, they're just out-cycling your counters, which they can't really do in solos. So, not sure if they're going to be quite... I'm not sure if the unit itself is too strong, or if it's too strong when it's wild-carded. That's really the question. Let me know what you think. But it'll definitely be interesting to see if we see them played today for sure. So we're going to have our dual deck technology. Hopefully everything should be working well for that. Oh yeah, the other thing, hey Enterly, the other thing that they fixed was the future cards, where the future cards were kind of messed up, where you could get a future from itself, which is not really ideal. So they fixed that in the latest patch as well. And remember, the futures did get changed so that they give you a different card each cycle. I think when you play it, you get like 5 or 7 cards selected randomly, and then you cycle through those as the game goes on. Okay, here we go. We're loading into our first game. Get some hype on. Yeah! Thanks for being here, guys. Sinobii, of course, behind the scenes, keeping everything running. Right. Our first bit of gameplay. Let's get my monitor set up. Right. Morelia. Darkrow is playing some Zenshi. And we've got Milloween. And interestingly, we've got Milloween using the Dragon's Nest. So you can see the monkey at the bottom there. It's picked up the Growth Burst Shroom. Defenso removed, kind of annoying, but you've got to remember, though, that the Arcane Bolt, although it's a 3 mana card, it does have 2 mana's worth of freeze on it, so it does cost you 5 mana overall. So that Battle Monkey doing decent damage. Let's see how he deals with the shrooms. Remember, sorry, not the shrooms, the dragon, the whelps. Remember, every time you use a spell, you get 2 of them popping out. I think if it's a 5+ spell, they have rage or something like that. So they are pretty terrifying. But the problem is, all of the DPS at the top for Chief, but he needs it really at the bottom. Okay, those whelps munching away on face, not doing too much damage. And of course, Zhao Long in there being an absolute chad. Right, counter push. Okay, let's see if we can get some value out of the Soul Stealer. The answer to that is immediately no. And this is probably going to be the end of the game. That's huge DPS coming out. And that's the game. The first game of the day goes to Dark Crow. And we've seen how powerful before Zenshi stuff can be. And we saw it again there. Hold on. So it looks like someone used the card that they shouldn't have. We'll get to the bottom of it. Right, so let's just get the scores on the screen. Okay. Oh, I didn't even see that. Okay, I think we may have had a season card played there. We got to make sure that he knows that he can't play it again in the next one. Let's just get that confirmed before we go ahead. But yeah, the season card. I don't know if Chief noticed that he played the season card or not. Let's have a look at the chat. So no season cards, of course. Okay. Make sure the players are aware of this. Rapid response reserves. I'm pretty sure those are the 3 words, but I'm not sure if it's in that order or not. Yeah, that very strong Zenshi deck. Lots of DPS. Okay, I think we may be going into the second game here. Let's hope there's no season card for this in this one. Okay, there will be shrooms. Okay, Dark Crow playing the shrooms. We're going to get the shrooms. We'll see how much value you can get out of them. Oh, he played the healer to stop the shroom, but then he just gets the healer absolutely shredded. It's just a waste, really. Right, here come the shrooms. They split immediately from the growth burst shroom. And of course, the shroom does buff the original unit, I think. So then the split units are bigger. Okay, so Mardred could be a decent counter to this. But those prop scrats are going to be annoying. They need to be dealt with. Of course, Volko cannot. And if they live, it's going to be kind of frustrating for Chief. Some of them are living. They did get feared a long way, though. Those fast units do go a long way. Okay. Is he going to go for... See, this is just really frustrating. He needs to deal with these. Going to go for the Spirit. Where's the Spirit going? Not a bad one. And then it's unfortunate with the Spirit there. Wanted to get the Spirit on the Mardred, but he does get the third one on it, of course. I definitely knew there were 3 coming. So this could be some decent DPS coming out. Black hole at the bottom. Okay, that's massive face damage, though. So both players are playing really aggressive, but that's a Prowler that's raged at the top. Chief is going to die here, unfortunately. And I feel like there was some mistakes in that game from Chief. He played the healer to deny the shroom puff, but then the healer just got absolutely shredded immediately. So that meant when he had his Mardred push, he didn't have the healer to go with it. So I think that was a little bit of a mistake from him there that kind of definitely hurt him as the game went on. A healer with that Mardred could have been problematic. There was the Scrotillery, so he may have used the Scrotillery on the healer, but then it would have changed everything, really. I think if he'd played that differently, it would have changed everything. Okay, so it looks like Dark Crow takes that by 2-0 fairly easily. But both players did play very aggro then. Okay, so the shrooms didn't do too much, but they did enough. Okay, so let's have a look what's going on in other matches. Right, so Katt beating Derez, Set beating Poncho Man, DeathShoott beating Damioct, Kyle beating Sammy, Ficus beating Agni, Destroy beating Dirapper, Fruit and Garbage losing to Everdream, and Centeri getting a bye. So once the Dark Crow match is locked in, then we should be pretty well ready for the next one. Okay, so this is the state of play so far. So it looks like all of those games were pretty quick. We did have a little bit of a delay getting the match started, I guess. So Katt beating, winning 2-0, Set winning 2-0, DeathShoott winning 2-0, Kyle winning 2-0, Ficus 2-0, Destroy, guess what, 2-0, Everdream 2-1. Yeah, so with that deck, the power of the deck that Chief was playing there is kind of... You ignore everything else that's going on, and you just set up your push. And if your opponent can't kill the healer, then it's a huge problem. But the healer was just wasted at the start. It did deny the shroom, but it immediately died. I don't think it was worth it. So, it's difficult. It depends what you're used to playing. Some people play these decks over and over again, and they know that they have to basically just almost ignore what their opponent's doing and just set up their plays. Whereas players that are used to just reacting, when they play a deck that kind of ignores the reactions, it's difficult for them to get into that mindset a little bit. So I think I may have had the wrong name on the screen there. No one's here with me, but I may have clicked on the wrong thing. I'm not sure. Okay, so that looks like everything's locked in here. So we're just waiting for the second round matches to pop up. And I believe they may have been popping about now. Pop! Okay. Round 2. So remember the way that this Swiss seeding works, if you like, as we go through, is the players will meet each other based on their previous performances. So the players that won in the first round will play against other players that have won, players that lost against players that lost, etc. Where possible. Of course, you know, that's depending on the numbers, that's not always possible. So, Destroy against Everdream. We've got DeathShoott against Dark Crow, Ficus against Centera, Carl Bickford against Set, Poncho Man's Peppers against Derezd. We've got Dirapper against Agni, Fruit and Garbage against Dameyokt, Sammy Yamit's got a bye, and Katt against That Ain't It, Chief! So for game number 2, we're going to look at Carl Bickford against Set. Set, multi-time champion. Hasn't quite performed at his previous level for a while, though. So let's see if he can get back into winning ways. Now, if you've been following the events, you will probably be aware that Set tends to play very, very similar decks over and over again. So we'll see if he's doing the same thing here or not. But of course, I think that really does count against him because it leaves a lot of the players can kind of guess what he's going to play and play appropriately against that. Whereas some players you have very, very little chance of figuring out what they're going to play. Right, so we're going to have Carl Bickford against Set. So, of course, the first thing we need to do is wait for the bans to come in. Hopefully the players are aware. Let me just reset this ban page. That they have the 3 cards that they can ban now. 1 master and 3 cards. That means that their opponent can't play whatever they ban. And, of course, they can't play whatever their opponent bans. Now, the bans are generally done in private, so nobody gets the advantage of going first. Right, let me just update the score on the screen, so that's good. Okay. So second round, best of 3, awaiting bans. Okay, let's see if we got these players to spectate. Kyle Bickford, yes. And Set, yes. Okay, so we're pretty much set up here. See, it's really confusing when you reply to me in the chat, Volt. Like, I don't know what I said 3 minutes ago. You're like, that's true, Fish. Dude, I can't remember what I said 5 seconds ago. So Set, we tend to see Set play a deck that has things like, well, if we think about it, he used to play the Zealots a lot. The Zealots did get nerfed. Shen, he tends to play a lot. Defenso Chopper. So we'll see if any of those get banned. And if so, we'll see if he switches to anything else. I'm sure these players will have been playing against each other on the leaderboard this season, or on the ladder, I should say. So they'll have an idea of what's being played, etc. And all that information is very useful. I don't know if they pay too much attention to that. Maybe they take screenshots of the matches. Maybe they just commit it to memory. Maybe they don't really care that much. Unsure. But they could definitely keep that in mind. Oh, DeathShoott, thanks for the sub. That doesn't affect whether you're going to get any sort of special treatment or not. There's no special treatment here. Doesn't matter. Nobody gets special treatment. Thanks for your subscription. So I'm going to have a look to see if I can see other bans, see what people have been banning in general. This information, of course, is available to all of the players as well. So we've had bans Volko, Madrid, Battle Shihao, Defenso, Morelia, Morgul's Mark, Ardera, Blood Imps, Apep, Cage Prowler, Defenso, Battle Shihao. Battle Shihao, Battle Monkey, as often called. I think we've seen him played a lot on the leaderboard, so he might be a very, very meta card this season. Wrecked, Caged Prowler, Bounceberry Flingers, Ardera. Looks like Set is doing a public ban. What other bans have we got? So in the previous round we saw Katt banning Wrecked, Shrumama Shumi, and Battle Shihao. So no real surprise there. Derez banned Wrecked, Korgoth, Morgul's Mark. It's very difficult to ban something. Like, how do you ban against Katt? Because you know whatever you ban, he's going to have something else that he's going to be really good at. Very tricky to do. Right. Just answer a quick question here. Right, just waiting on Kyle's bans. Looks like we got Set's bans. Okay, bans are here. Let's lock them in. So who's the first player? Kyle Bickford is the first player. So we'll get that on the screen in the right place. She's over here. Okay, so Kyle Bickford has banned R3KT, Wrecked. Also banned Caged Prowler. Also banned Shrumama Shumi. And the Cleaver. Fairly meta bans. And Set has banned Setsu. Surprised about that. Setsu's definitely not one of the top solo masters. Also banned Ardera, which is High Inquisitor Ardera. Shield Captain Avea, and Korgoth. Right, so those are the bands locked in. So we got Wrecked, Cage Prowler, Shrumama Shumi, and Cleaver, and Setsu, Ardera, Shield Captain Avea, and Korgoth. So, yep, fairly meta bands. Not surprised to see Shrumama banned. But of course, Set hasn't banned Shrumama, so is Kyle going to play the Shrooms? Is Set trying to kind of bait him into playing them, and he's going to play a counter against it? I mean, there's a lot of thought processes that could go in. Maybe they don't think that deeply, who knows? But of course, you know, you've got a ban based on what's currently strong in the meta. You've got a ban based on what's potentially very strong against what you want to play. But then also you've got to try to ban to force your opponent into playing something that you might be expecting, and you can play against it. So there's a lot of different thought processes that go on there. Or, you know, I don't know if players think about that. I'm sure some of the players think that deeply. I'm sure others just go, the shrooms are strong, ban those. So no shrooms available for Set to play, but potentially for Kyle. And when we have a card like the shrooms, I don't know if it's so much in solo, but definitely in duos where they're very, very strong and you need very specific answers to deal with it. You get a very stale meta, which is either people that play it or people that play a counter to it. Very similar to what we had with the Mana Chasers when they were everywhere. So it's not really a fun meta when anything is that strong. Because even if you don't want to play it, it still restricts what you can play. Okay, so we've got a bit of a delay going into this match. Not sure what's going on. Maybe one of the players disconnected or something. Let's see. Maybe we'll get there. Something's cranking in the background. Okay. Something went wrong, as you can hear. Not sure exactly what happens. Someone probably disconnected. I lost the spectate for both players, which is kind of weird. We can find out what happened. Did I not update the names yet? Thought I did that. Did. Why is it showing? Oh, I didn't save the file. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, Set's game crashed. Right, let's go again.
Thanks for tuning into the Senior Network, sponsored in part by Bran Flakes. Showtime!
Okay, here we go. Okay, APEP. This looks like the classic Set deck. We've got Diona for Kyle. There we see Set playing defensively in the corner. Doesn't want to push anything onto the bridge while he's already got the bridges. So we got an Empyrean deck from Kyle Bickford. City Watch in there. Remember, City Watch was everywhere. It's had a number of changes. The Smite was good there, healing the Defenso, keeping it alive. And now the Battle Monkey. Yes, we're going to see a lot of Battle Monkey today, I think. Okay. The Beam doesn't want to deal with that Sniper for sure. Doesn't have another good way of dealing with it, so that Sniper could have got a lot of value over time. So a big XP lead for Set to start with here. Okay, so you see two Grenadiers. One of those must have been from perk 1. Okay, Caliph comes out, immediately stunned. Not really going to do too much against the Defenso. Okay, but Set takes the opportunity while the shield is not available. So Kyle there maybe making a bit of a mistake, leaving the Caliph open to removal. Because Caliph can be annoying if he gets the shield. Can stay alive for a long time. Battle Monkey shuts down the Prowler. Oh, the smite's missed! Kyle misses the smite. That's going to be painful. That Battle Monkey should be basically dead. It's going to get stuck in the trap, but it's going to come out of the trap, and you've got to be careful because it's going to come out swinging. They're going to get cleared up by the drone buzzers, but the XP is so bad for Kyle right now. Set's held these bridges almost entirely, regardless of the fact that the bridge shrine exists. Remember, the bridge shrine only gives you double XP if you hold that bridge. If you don't hold the bridge, it does nothing. It just sits there looking pretty. Okay, so are we going to see another beam? There it is. He knows he just wants to deal with that. Gets the face damage as well, so that's a great beam there. And the beam we see a lot in these solo decks. Even the super cheap solo decks, they played something like the beam as their get out of jail free card. Okay, so Set really in control here. Kyle not even trying to keep that bounty sniper alive. The drone buzzer's doing a good job clearing everything up, but unfortunately, there's not too much to do in the terms of the bridges. And of course, he's not really playing... I don't know if he's playing any other Outlander stuff, so those drone buzzers do just start taking that self-damage as soon as they spawn. There's no tech to keep them healthy. Massive push at the bottom. Okay, did he get that Caliph from the... Yeah, that Caliph must have come from the Simulacrum, which is just adding insult to injury. That must have been perk 1, Simulacrum. Got the Caliph. He had the tech from something to get the Caliph to be hasted, and that was just too much at the end there. But Set really in control of that one. Classic Set deck. Okay, 1-0 to Set. I did have the players back to front for the bans. Only back to front on the screen. The bans were for the correct players. So if you got confused by that, apologies. Don't worry, I've confused myself. My notes are back to front as well. Everything was correct until I spectated the players in the opposite order that they should have been, and then that just made everything a bit of a nightmare. But you are most welcome. So, Set played exactly as we expected him to. I think the players really do have to expect that and try to tech against that. So, for example, if you expect Set to play what he's going to play, you know he's going to have the Defenso Chopper if he's playing his cookie cutter deck, which he did, and that's really bad news for Kyle's strat, because he had a lot of melee units, and of course the Caliph, and of course as soon as the Caliph gets stunned, it's so weak to the damage coming in. If you shut down that stun, there's no Divine Shield. Sorry, if you shut it down with a stun, there's no Divine Shield, so the Defenso really shut down his strat entirely. And I feel like Kyle didn't do his homework in that situation. Because you've got to expect... You don't know what he's going to play, but you've got to expect from Set that he's going to play that deck, right? He's played it for the last 18 tournaments or something. So you've got to expect it, and you really don't want to play something that's going to shut it down, like, entirely.
Let's go.
Okay, here we go. We're in the second round. It's game 2. Set playing what looks like the same deck. I feel like he had Shen in it before. Looks like he's got the Battle Monkey in it now. Probably had a Stint in it before. Now it has the Bounceberry Flinger. So a few adjustments, but overall it's basically the same. Oh, he still has the Shen in there as well. Can't remember if he had both monkeys in there or not. But the fact he had Shen and the fact he had the Defenso Chopper, that's really bad news in the previous match for Caliph, of course. Right. Going to get some face damage out here. So we've got Apep against Ravager. So Kyle's going to be trying to do a big push with his perk 1. Cleaver. I mean, he'll be okay with this Cleaver hanging around back here, clearing stuff up, because it's then going to be sort of... It's kind of mana banking in a way, where the cleaver's now going to support the attack. So that's okay. Right. The Fogo Tower puts pressure on Set's face. What support do we have? Here come the drone buzzers. Not much tech, so we're out of tech, so the drone buzzers start taking that self-damage. Can they get the value that they need before they die? Okay, they will drop, of course, the Marines that can potentially sometimes take a bridge, or they almost kept that top bridge. Okay, so Set did take some face damage, but I don't think you'd be too worried about that. Of course, later as the game goes on, he's going to have that shield available, only every 30 seconds. Right. Rinse and repeat. There's the beam. So Kyle, like, he knows from the game previously he's got the beam. He's got to assume that he's got the beam, right? So he's got to be real careful with the way he places things. Shen being a nightmare. Perk 2 available, so an XP lead for Set here. Perfect use of the shield totem there. So if you are not familiar with the horse with Fanriel, remember it does true damage. So it goes straight through the shield unless you use the shield as a wall. Kyle Bickford under 300 HP. That's not good. Some good damage coming out from the buzzers, but sorry, for the squadron, but of course, again, no tech to keep them alive, so they die pretty damn quickly. And there's the beam, closes the game out. Set takes it by 2-0, and I feel like anyone else in the tournament has got to pay attention to that, just from the point of view as Set's playing what he always plays. So hopefully they will have that on their minds if and when they come up against Set, because you know all this information is useful with regards to banning, with regards to deciding what to play against it. So we'll see if anyone techs against that Set deck. But let's remind ourselves what's going on elsewhere. So that game was pretty quick. We're going to have a look at the brackets now. See what's going on. Hopefully the players have kept their games up to date so we can see what the score is even if the match hasn't completed yet. Okay, looks like Dark Crow's beaten DeathShoott by 2-0 there. Ficus 2-1 against Centera. So it looks like these matches have been reported but not locked in. Set, as we saw, winning that one. Derez is a game up against Poncho. Dirappa's got a win against Agni through a DQ. Food and Garbage is a game up. And Katt's won that by 2-0. So most of the matches have been resolved. We'll see. Hey, Hinky, good to see you. It's been a while. We'll see if we can get some action from one of these matches that is still outstanding. Hey. So, we're going to look at the Derez match. I don't know if we're going to be able to get the second deck set up. Okay, wow. Glad we joined that one. What a strong finish. Okay, well that sometimes happens when we dive into something that we don't really know what's happening. So Duress has won that by 2-0. Strong finish at the end there. And let's see if we've got the other players available on Steam. Unfortunately, players tend to not follow rules. Like, please add on Steam. So think this match might be over. Not sure why they're inviting me to play. But I think that's probably over. I see spam inviting me. Oh, that's a different name. Okay. The games go as fast as they go. Right. Okay, we tried to jump into a game, but it doesn't look like that's going to happen. But there is still one game outstanding. It's not underway. One of them sending me invites, which suggests they're not in a lobby. So, who knows? Try to get to the bottom of it. It's always good to have some new players. Of course, they often don't really know what's going on with the tournament, so we have to help them through, but hopefully they'll learn as they go and come back stronger and wiser next time. Remember, these events are open to people of any ability, and everyone is welcome. They're a great way to get involved in the community, learn a lot, make some friends, take your Minion Masters experience to the next level. Unfortunately, the problem with this, one of the problems with the Swiss, or not a problem, but one of the drawbacks of the Swiss format is that we have to wait for all of the matches to be completed before anything else can proceed. So if we have one match delaying, then that delays everyone. But we'll try to get through it. Okay, looks like that match took too long to happen. So Fruit and Garbage has been awarded the victory. But remember, the Swiss format means that the players can carry on even if they lose, of course. They've still got a chance to get through to the top. It's the top 4 today, so probably only one loss will get you into the top 4. Any more than one loss, you'll probably struggle to get into the top 4. Okay, so sorry for that delay, but Sinobii had to get the paddle out. Right, round 3. Katt against Set, Ficus against Dark Crow, Samiyama against Santera, Dirapper against Carl Bickford, Derez against Destroy, DeathShoott against Fruit and Garbage, Damioct against That Ain't It Chief, and Poncho Man's Pepper against Everdream. Right, who should we go and see? We try to spread, like these first two matches are going to be good, but we've already seen Set, we've already seen Dark Crow. But Set against Katt should be a good one. Try to see as many different players as we can. The top players we should see in the top 4 anyway. So try to give as many people a bit of stream time as possible. Looks like we're going to go for DeathShoott against Fruit. Just wait for that to get confirmed. Okay. Bathtub streams. So we're going to watch DeathShoott, DeathShoott against Fruit and Garbage. Hopefully we'll see Set, or Katt, sorry, in a future round, or in the top 4. We'll see how that goes. So we'll wait for these bans to come in. Reset our score. Still best of 3. We'll see what we get banned for this one. Not really sure how to quantify DeathShoott's chances today, because he's a very, very good player, but he hasn't played much recently, especially in tournaments. So that's kind of intriguing. So he might be a little bit removed from what's very strong in the meta. Maybe a little bit mechanically out of touch. But we'll see. We'll see how that works out. Right, appreciate you guys joining me today. Of course, it is Night's Duel number 27. $400 prize pool. Supported by BetaDwarf, the developers, and Team Mana Frenzy. And Sinobii is behind the scenes, helping me get everything running smoothly today. There should be a pinned comment for the brackets, so if you want to follow along, you can see what I'm seeing and see what's going on in all the matches up to now and going forward. So this is going to be the 3rd round of 5 Swisses. And once that's completed, we'll have our top 4 based on their overall performance in the 5 rounds. And then we'll have a top 4 shootout where we'll be best of 5 conquest rules, where you can't play a master once you've won with a master. And also a reminder that my 1v1 and 2v2 play over time events are currently active. So we're bringing them back. We've brought them back. The August event is active. So you're in there. If you're in any of those, thanks for joining. Please make sure that you check the website, start.gg, to find out when your matches are. Because we're having some people that are getting disqualified or potentially disqualified because they're not turning up for their matches. Also, make sure you're in my Discord. Give yourself the tournament participator role in the roles section so you can see the tournament channel and chat and get yelled at as appropriate. Right. So that's done. Right. DeathShoott, Fruit and Garbage. Fruit and Garbage does have a different in-game name, which of course makes it so easy for everyone involved. Okay. Oh, someone's in a game, but that's the wrong person. It was a bit scary when you switch to your other screen and there's a match going on. Don't worry though, it was not the right match. Right, a wolf named Waldo. That is fruit and garbage. So let's get our bands ready. Once the bands are in. Then we can move on. Again, let's have a look at what else is being banned elsewhere. Milloween, Beam of Doom, Defenso Chopper, Red Golem. That's a ban there. Not for this match, though. So I think we're going to see a lot of bans for the Shrooms today, for the Battle Shihao today, potentially for Korgoth as well. We've seen a lot of Korgoth power on the leaderboards. Make sure you follow my YouTube as well, because we're going to be doing our meta video for this season soonish. It's going to be an interesting one, because I think the meta is going to be changing. From what I saw, APEP was barely played at all on the leaderboard, because of course it was bugged a little bit. But is APEP going to come back, or is APEP taking the season off? We'll find out. Right, DeathShoott bans are in. DeathShoott has banned APEP, standard. Caged Prowler, standard. Defenso Chopper, standard. Korgoth, pretty standard. No surprises there. Food and Garbage has banned Wrecked, pretty standard 1v1 ban. Ardera, which is High Inquisitor Ardera. Shroom Mama Shroomy, and also Cage Prowler. So Cage Prowler copping a lot of bans, as we've seen recently. Shrooms again getting bans, but not by both players. So DeathShoott could play that. Doesn't feel like a kind of thing that DeathShoott would play. DeathShoott definitely not the kind of player that likes something cheesy like that. But sometimes if a player's been away for a while, they need to get back in it, then maybe they need to rely on cheese a little bit more than their regular ability. But we'll see if he decides to do that or not, but it's on the potential cards should he consider it. And one thing that not banning the Shrooms does means that by giving your opponent the potential to use it, you've got to keep in mind that you might have the potential to counter it. So not banning something might restrict your deck building. So we'll see if they decide to keep that in mind or not. Right, so we should be able to give the players the go-ahead. We have done, and we should be loading in. This is round 3. DeathShoott against Fruit and Garbage. Best of 3. Good to have DeathShoott back on the tournament scene. Let's see what his performance is going to be like. So, Diona. Diona is a real Disu favourite. Control master. He loves that kind of stuff. High skill master, that's got DeathShoott written all over it. Morgul's Mark, of course, did get a little bit of nerf in the last patch, but still very strong. You get 5 swarmers instead of 6, but it still does basically what it does, just not quite as well as it used to. Right, does this monkey survive and heal, or can it be punished? Remember, the priestess will DPS if she's not healing. She will go down there. The monkey's starting to heal now. This is looking a little bit threatening already. We do have a red golem for Fruit and Garbage, but of course he doesn't really want to use it. Gax is out. Gax is going to get shut down, and this is a nice play from DeathShoott. He was ready to react. Wheel of Doom closes that down, but a lot of XP to start with there from DeathShoott. So DeathShoott will have seen the Blood Imps. He will have seen the Gax, so he might have an idea that there's a potential Red Golem strat in play here. Valorian was supposed to go to a timer-based master instead of cycle-based. That change didn't get through, despite it being featured in the patch notes. So still cycle-based. Right, Red Golem is up. He's dropped below that 1500 HP. Red Golem is in play. Now, one thing to remember about the Diona traps, they do half damage to face now, but still full damage to units. But that healer's going to be... He's going to be trying to pick off that healer. Doesn't quite get the aggro. DeathShoott tried to get them, pick them off there with the range. Didn't quite get it. What does he have to deal with this? Monkey survives there. He needs to try to kill this healer somehow. Right, healer goes down. But... oh, the heal comes in as well. This is going to be some decent face damage coming out. This golem does hit really hard. But that's the enraged assassin absolutely murders it, though. DeathShoott in a strong position here. Wheel of Doom clears the bottom. He's got to be real careful. He doesn't want to take a hit on face from this assassin. Does he know it's there? I don't think he really was aware of it, and DeathShoott closes the game out. He might have been saving his mana, but once you're very low on HP, you can't tank stuff on face, especially something that's super high DPS like that Raged Assassin. Okay, so pretty quick game there. DeathShoott had really the tools that he needed. Did a good job getting rid of that healer. The healer was the thing that needed to die before he could really progress with his defense. Hey Angel, how you doing? Right. DeathShoott 1, Fruit and Garbage 0. Pretty typical DeathShoott deck. Lots of control. Lots of spells to help him out. Did a good job shutting down the Gax. And was able to deal with the Red Golem. And one thing to note there for new players, notice how DeathShoott was happy to allow that Golem to DPS his face. He wasn't afraid of taking damage. Health, as we always say, is a resource, and he was prepared to take some damage there. Doesn't, you know, if you take face damage, then you're saving your units from getting shredded by it. So always a good thing there for new players. You see a lot of players, even quite experienced players, they are very afraid of taking any sort of face damage. And that's just not really the most efficient way to play. Health is a resource. Use it. Just don't use all of it. Okay. Game number 2. Morgul's Mark grabs that bottom bridge. That's one of the... that's why it's such a powerful spell, because not only is it there to remove the back line, the fact it can take bridges as well is insane. Especially with the new bridge rules in Minions, where it's way more difficult to get onto bridges. Right. That cleaver's going to die. That monkey's going to survive unless he commits something to it. Which he did. And that's the power of the monkey there. The Tranquil Monkey, you know it's going to heal. So he felt like he had to commit to kill it, but then that got punished. And that's so much value. One of my favourite cards in the game. Oh, the Wheel of Doom gets blocked by the Taunt Trap. And some good face damage coming out. He's trying to clear all these units because he knows that then that's going to be more XP for him. Face damage is a bonus here, but the XP really is something that DeathShoott will feast on. He lives for it. Okay, not a huge fan of this cleaver just being raw dogged. Doesn't really get any value at all. And again, there you see the power of the monkey. It tanks and then heals back up. Well, that's going to be a massive hit on the Void Mother. Oh, is she going to go down? She gets healed. The trap almost finished her off. The heal was just in time. She does spawn those swarmers. But XP is so much in DeathShoott's favor right now. He's done a great job dealing with the cleavers, minimizing the damage that they've been able to get out, especially with this battle. This Tranquil Monkey and the heals. See again here, just tanking this on face, taking some face damage, but it's kind of irrelevant, right? He's got some healthy units to keep alive. Nice. Sunburn. Got to watch out for that Flame Imp. That will do a lot of damage. Okay. And again, the Cleaver getting very little value. A lot of people really respect for the power of the Cleaver, but you can see it does have its weaknesses, and DeathShoott really able to take advantage of those weaknesses. The Cleaver hits hard, but against lots of little stuff, it will struggle. And you never really want to send a Cleaver in completely naked. We saw that he was kind of forced to do so a couple of times. Cleaver is one of those units where you want to play it defensively, get the value out of it defensively, and then when it goes forward, whatever it does, that's kind of, depending on your spells, a little bit out of your control, but at least you've already got that value on its own. We saw a Cleaver sent on the bottom bridge on its own. It hit the monkey, then it was shut down. The monkey healed, like very little value for the Cleaver. Right, so that's 2-0. DeathShoott seems to have hit the ground running there. Let's see what's going on in other matches. See, maybe we'll jump into the Katt match if we get the opportunity to. So Katt against Set is another match that's going on. We'll see if we'll see what's going on in that match. No score recorded on the website yet. They're not currently in a game. Okay, so it looks like Set's taken the first game against Katt there. So let's see if we can get this updated here. Katt against Set. And it's currently 0-1. Okay. See if we can get the bans from these guys. So Katt currently the #1 player on the leaderboard in the 1v1 game mode, as he tends to often be. Not sure if Set's laddered much this season, but these players probably played each other a lot. See if I can get the bans quickly before this second match starts. So Katt banned... Oops, let's reset those. Katt banned Apep, Battle Shihao, Bounceberry Flinger, and Korgoth, and Set banned Apep, Korgoth, Herald Our Moon, and Ardera. So no shocks really there. From the bans. So reminder, Set is a game up against Katt, best of 3. So both players banning Apep, not really a shock. Battle Monkey, very meta ban. Flingers, very metal ban, both. Korgoth, so both players banning Korgoth as well. Set obviously not wanting to deal with Herald, and I think that's from experience. It's an awkward card to deal with, but I think also Katt does play a deck with that in. And Ardera as well. Right, here we go, loading into game number 2 of this best of 3. Set is a game up. Can Katt fight back? Let's find out. Right, Volko against Ratbo. Katt against Set. Right, Zenshi. We had a lot of Zenshi bans, but they were Katt bans, so he can play them himself. Somehow that Puff survives, but not for long. Right, Shrooms. He's going to stun this. There's the stun. Fergus is a good answer to those Shrooms. The AoE does help. Nice bridge grab there from the Swarmers. So Annihilator's going to shut this down. So we do have Yahoon from Katt. He's at perk 1 now, so one of the benefits of playing the Shrooms with Volko is that you get to pick up that Rage from the Ember on the bridge as an extra buff and an extra split. Okay, that's a scary Battle Monkey. It's raged, and it does have the Growth Burst buff as well. But of course, the Defenso is a really good answer to that. Right, Yahoon is played. Sunder available. Pay attention to how Katt uses the Sunder. Sunder's one of those cards that you see a lot of players who play Yahoon. As soon as the Sunder's in their hand, they just play it immediately. They feel like they've got to use it. Unfortunately, didn't kill the Annihilator quickly enough to save. But here comes the splits. Right. Extra split there from the Rage buff. He's going to get a split at the top. So Set ahead on XP at the moment. Curse is going to do a good job at the top, but how long can it last for? Okay. Really? Oh, that's... those stuns coming in very, very powerfully there. Shen Shockstick doing exactly what it needs to do. Almost completely destroying the Fergus. But Set did a good job clearing that. And one of the things that makes those big units like the Yahoon so strong is that they loiter around and they just generate XP from that lane for you. So killing them quickly is very important. So perk 2 Daka is available for Set as Ratbo, so he'll be looking to get a good use of that. Doesn't have a ton of Horde, so the Daka's not going to be massive. Right, Shroom denied there, which of course means that there's less split availability. Morgrel's Mark, not sure if he used that in reaction to the Daka or not, because it does take a little while for that first one to spawn, so he might have just got a little bit lucky there, but those Shrooms getting quite destroyed at the bottom. The Battle Monkey seems to have been quite powerful so far. Nice clear at the bottom there, holds that bridge. Katt pushing towards perk 3, and of course perk 3 is going to be when he gets the Berserker Rage for the melee units, which can be very, very powerful. They start doing double their regular damage. Okay, nice use of the Morgrel's Mark there, because he's kept that curse away from Yahoon. trying to not have that curse damage him any more than it really has to. Fergus is going to do a great job at the top, shutting everything down. He's got the support behind him as well. Bridgeburn clears the top. Thanks for the sub, Destroy. Right. Katt having a bit of an XP lead at the moment. Okay, decent Daka there. Katt doesn't quite get the kill on the Annihilator there. It moves and misses the second hit from the Sunder. Right. We're going to get more splits at the bottom. But Fergus is a bit of a nightmare, but gets shut down. Shockstick comes in, plus the bridge burn, clears the bottom there. And this, how can Set deal with this? The Annihilator is going to be good with the AoE. But in my experience, especially in 2s this season, is even if you can deal with the shrooms, you end up kind of being a long way down on XP. But a massive Daka ultimately there shuts down the Yahoo. Battle Monkey's getting triggered, but there's not really anything decent for it to hit. XP is still slightly in Katt's favour, but only a little. Probably going to see a Morgul's Mark on the bottom. Takes the bridge. Or at least neutralizes the bridge, trying to shut down the range. There it goes. But Set, bringing back the XP here. XP's dead level. The Curse just loitering a little bit, doing extra damage. Yahoo almost dead there. Okay, that Battle Monkey's going to clear everything at the top. It is Berserker Rage, so it hits super hard. And this is very close. 10 XP ahead for Katt here. He's got the shrooms coming up as well. Nothing really available. There's the shroom that has been planted, but it does get picked up. I'm surprised he picks that up. But sometimes you just have to go for the little cheap cycle cards at this point in the game just to get onto the bridges. He needs to be careful of the Daka as well. He might be trying to bait out the Daka here. I feel like Katt is in a very strong position. He's got a lot of HP on the field, which means even if Set can shut it down, he's going to hold the bridges. He's got this Mana Frenzy. This is Katt's game, I think. The Daka's going to clear something, but behind that something is a lot more. And even though Set has a lot of good counters to the shrooms, Katt has some good counters to Set's counters. And again, Set shutting down the push, but the next one's coming, and that's the problem with this. The shrooms are just going to keep on coming. Katt looking like he's going to level this up. This feels very much like Set. As I mentioned, he does have a deck that's got some good shroom counters in. Or the Daka hit a Blood Imp there, I think, instead of the Yahoo. Adding a little insult to injury. Set doing a good job holding on here. But Katt is just piling forward. He's got a lot of HP, so doesn't have to worry about those Blood Imps. And this is going to be end. That Battle Monkey's going to go ham. The second game is Katt's. Katt fights back. 1 game all. And that's, I know I said it a number of times, but that's really interesting that he's playing the shrooms against a deck that looks great against them, but ultimately wasn't able to get the value. And I think that's just because Katt set up his deck to have the counters to the shroom counters. Fergus was going to be so good against that, but so many times we saw Fergus just getting shut down with those, with the Shen Shock Stick, with the Bridge Burn, and those shrooms just ultimately getting the value that they needed to. So I think we might see more shroom bans going forward because, you know, if you tech against a card and you still can't beat it, that's when you know a card's really, really strong. Fergus was a great answer to that, but a stunned Fergus is not the answer. Right, 1 game all. Not sure what happened in game 1. The mushroom can be used because it's not a current season card. It was banned in the last tournament. This season, the current season cards are Radic, Prime, Sergeant Radic, and the Rapid Response Reserves. So those are the season cards that are not playable in this event. Previous season cards are fine. Remember, the players get the ban powers. They can ban 3 cards and a master now. So I think we'll see more and more Shrooms bans as we go forward. Right, so 1-1. Katt against Set. This may be the... Yeah, this is the last match that we're waiting on for this. Must have been a little bit of a delay, I think, between maybe game 1 and 2. Dark Crow beating Ficus. If we just look what's going on elsewhere. 2-0. Centera getting a DQ win. Dirapper beating Carl Bickford. Destroy beating Derezed. DeathShoott beating Food and Garbage, as we saw. That Ain't It Chief getting a DQ win, and Everdream also getting a DQ win. I mean, the argument against banning the card for the tournament is the players have got 3 card bans, right? If they want to ban it, then they can do so. They did get nerfed in the hotfix, but looking like not enough of a nerf. Yeah, with 3 card bans, I think the players have got enough enough chances to ban things. And that 50 HP nerf, the more they split, the more you feel that nerf. And I feel like in solos, you don't see them split quite like you do in duos. In duos, you end up with 16 tiny little ones. Right. Right. Morelia against Morelia. So, winner of this takes the match. 1 game all. Katt playing something that looks more akin to a set deck. Set playing what looks like an Empyrean deck. We can see he's got some activated Empyrean cards. That means he has the Empyrean army, which means he has 7 Empyrean cards. What does he have to put pressure on the Cage Prowler? Remember, the Cage Prowler takes longer to spawn than it did a few seasons ago. 100 damage is not going to shut it down. Something else would be required. I think it takes 120 damage now to stop it from spawning. So the Chain Lightning doing 100 damage on its own doesn't do that. Right, Set burning some mana here. I feel like he didn't have to play mana, didn't have to burn mana there. If he wanted to, he could just play deeper in the pocket. Right, what do we have to deal with Ardera? Remember, the Ardera strat is really for her to die and buff everything around her. Unfortunately, the shield guard's going to go down the bottom, but it does get a heal from the Ardent Aegis. Ardera does do the self-damage, so she will die eventually to herself. But that's a great Impetus Blast. Ardera dying, but nothing around her to buff, so that's a good bit of play from Katt there. Right, Prowler pushing at the top. Battle She-Howl pushing at the bottom. Again, Set burning mana. That Shield Guard gets pretty damaged, but of course the heal is available. The Shield Guard is not interested in defending. Set really wanting to get the Shield Guard and the Ardera pushing together, but not able to get that set up so far. Nice Impetus Blast getting everything underneath. Oh, it doesn't quite die. But there's nothing really of value that that Set can get to buff from when that dies. You know, those Legionnaires are not going to really be what he wants. Right, XP slightly in Katt's favour. Both players are going to have a dragon and a single dragon. Decent value there, but not killing anything. Killing the gnats, I guess, is kind of useful. That's a big smite, but there's still more to come. Oof. He handled that Prowler like a fish would. Health is a resource. He's still okay. Can heal, of course. What's he going to do? Heal. Here, sorry. He's going for the spirits. Oh, he wants to get that spirit before it dies. Oh, the spirit didn't get it. He's unlucky there. The spirit went for Ardera first, and that left the window open. Katt killing the shield guard with the heal, with the siphon, with the life drain. But this time Ardera has some friends. But not for long. The dragon pushes her away from everything and kills everything else. She is DPSing the dragon pretty decently. But Set is pretty low on HP. Doesn't have his dragon yet. Not sure Set... Looks like Set may have stopped playing. Looks like the AFK bot may have kicked in. You can tell by the darkened cards. But, you know, Set's got his dragon coming, but he can't save up for the dragon because he'll be dead by the time that happens. Katt's going to take this 2-1 in the Morelia versus Morelia Master Mirror. Okay. So, Katt was a game down, but comes back to take that by 2-1. Get his victory in the third round. Okay, I don't know why the screen goes black there. Some weird OBS thing. Maybe I should update my OBS from like 2 years ago. Right. 2-1. So Katt takes that, and that's the final game in this round. So we should be able to close out the third round and get into the fourth. So I'm glad we got in to see that match, because that was definitely a good one to see Katt there. Did a good job dealing with what Set was trying to play. Set moving away from his kind of cookie cutter standard deck, and it not quite working out for him. Right, so once all these scores are locked in, we'll be able to see what's going on in the fourth round. Not really too much point looking at the standings yet. Especially, oh, I'm trying to click on my my preview screen from OBS, which of course is not actually clickable. So we can see the players that have got an unblemished record so far. Destroy, Darkrow and Katt winning all of their matches. Can we chill with the nonsense in the chat, please? But we don't know what's going to happen. We've still got 2 more rounds to go. Right. Okay, Darkrow against Katt, Ficus against DeathShoott. We've got DeathShoott against Centera, Set against Destroy, Bickford against Everdream, Fruit and Garbage against That Ain't It Chief, and Derezd with a victory. For with a bye. A victory from a bye. Right. So... Sorry, just checking something. Okay, so it looks like we're going to see Darkrow against Katt in the 4th round. Both previous winners to the event. So let's start getting set up for that. Right. Which order are the players in? Darkrow's player 1. So we'll await the player bans. Yep, things get real serial. Right. Darkrow against Katt. That's set up. So this is the 4th round. Reset our score. And if we just remind ourselves of the overall standing, so Dark Crow is 3 sets to 0, 6 games to 0. Katt is 3 sets to 0, 6 games to 1. So he dropped that 1 game against Set. God damn it, we got through it. So very similar record, but one of that unblemished record is going to be broken. But who is gonna lose it? So, are we going to see some more shroom bans? We talked about banning something, playing a Tekken against it if you think your opponent's going to play that, but we saw Set playing something that should, in theory, have had the tools to deal with the shrooms, but ultimately wasn't able to do so. So maybe the safest bet is just to use one of your card bans to get the shrooms off of the table. So it looks like we've got 1 player ban, just waiting on the other player. Okay. We might be about to get them. Right. Bans are in. Let's make sure we get them in the right order. So Dark Crow is the first player. So might be restarting. Don't see him online there. Katt is there. Okay, good. Right. Right, so let's wait for them to get online. Okay, so the bans. So we've got Dark Crow banning Morelia. Standard. Cage Prowler. Standard. Bounceberry Flingers. Standard. And Herald Armoon. So not shocking there. The Herald Armoon feels like a more targeted ban towards Katt rather than a meta ban. And Katt also banning Morelia, as well as the Battle Monkey and the Bounceberry Flingers and the Caged Prowler. Right. Those are the bans. It's interesting to see how strong and how used, and ultimately today how banned the Bounceberry Flingers are, because remember they got removed, they got changed, so you only got 1 of them instead of 2 of them. But they give you a shroom now, which previously wouldn't. They still have Myriad, which gives you another copy in your hand, in your deck, but they don't have the Myriad bonus. But a lot of people were saying, well, some people were saying, oh, that card's dead now. It's not. It's everywhere. Right. So let's see if Dark Crow is online. Yes. Thanks for the follow, Van Ackenstein. Right, so we should be good. Katt and Dark Crow, yep. So both players have won all of their games so far. Set taking a set off of Katt. Dark Crow not dropped a set yet. Right. Take a breath. And we should be almost ready to go. Dark Crow's in the menu. Katt is deck building. Some last decisions to be made. But one thing to note. No shrooms were harmed in this buff process. Now, I wonder if banning the Bounceberry Flingers really kind of puts a kibosh on the shroom strat, because you're very unlikely to have one without the other. So that might be kind of an indirect buff of that. So we'll see if anyone tries to work around that or not. You really need that shroom to give you the buff. To give you the split. So without it, could be a problem. They could, of course, play the Shroomer instead, which does give you the does give you the Shroom. But of course, then you lose your ranged anti-air units. So the Bounceberry Flinger is a good ban, I think, because it doesn't necessarily take that strat off the table, but it makes it more awkward for your opponent. Because one of the things, of course, that the Shroom Mama Shoomies are very susceptible to are air units. So if you're taking away your opponent's potential anti-air, then that's going to be in your favour. I already yelled at Katt once today about being slow. Don't make me do it again! We see if we had any other quick results. Doesn't look like anything's been reported in any of the other matches whilst we're waiting. Oh, that ain't it, Chief has got the first game against Fruit and Garbage.
Masters, get ready.
Oh, that one really snuck up on me.
Duel.
Okay. Right, here we go. Dark Crow, Diona, playing a Scrat deck. We've got a Reconator and a Zip Zapinator in there. Katt, Apep. Looks like a pretty control Apep so far. Let's see if he has the tools to deal with this Reconator. Right, Reconator. What does it have to support it? Okay, the Cleaver is not real, so he gets a bit of damage off. Not enough. Here comes the support. Double Zeppelins with the Scrat Swarm bonus. Succubus goes down underneath them. This is going to be really difficult for Dark Crow to do, for Katt to deal with. This is so much damage, and it's not going to be ending anytime soon. Scrat Swarm bonus there for the Chisma. Huge damage coming out. So Katt is playing a Korgoth deck. But he's got off to a very bad start here. Once that Korgoth comes out, he's going to be in a better spot, but that's going to be a while away. He was kind of unfortunate that the Korgoth is very deep in his hand. I know there's been some discussions on the Discord about trying to suggesting that cards like Korgoth should have some sort of guarantee to be in your opening hand. Just as, you know, it's a card that needs to be cycled, guaranteed in your opening hand, because the difference between it being in your opening hand and being right at the bottom of your deck can be huge. Ruffles died, unfortunately, there. Is Katt stabilizing? He's going to use his seal for the second time, but he needs to be careful because he can't waste any mana or invest it here, because that Reconator is going to be supported soon. He has the Assassin, but he needs to kill this quickly. Right. Chisma's being a pain. Gets one hit on the Assassin. Chisma's still going. Chisma clears the Assassin. Katt still hasn't managed to get that seal used. So no Korgoth for a while. Okay, trap only does half damage to face, but Katt's so low that he can really just whittle him away with those traps. Now, what's Katt going to do? Has he decided that the Korgoth, he can't go for Korgoth anymore? Okay, he's gone for it now. That turret's going to really help defending. How does he shut this down without taking too much damage? Right, he's alive, but just. No availability for him to heal. So if he does keep taking this chip damage, which is kind of Darkrow's strat, right? Do damage every push. Right. Katt's still in this, but it's going to be difficult. Those traps are always going to be able to chip away at Katt, even if he does use his shield totem. Okay, here's Korgoth. Can Korgoth change things? He's not going to have much to defend against these Zeppelins. He's probably going to have to chain these. He does. It looked like something got through at the bottom there. Maybe a Jolo. Okay, Darkrow takes that. Takes the first game. 1-0. And that really was an example of an aggro deck. It wasn't like a full one-push aggro deck. Although it can win in that situation. It's kind of more of a chip. It's just a very aggressive deck, right? It just does these pushes over and over again. And with those pushes, you're going to get an XP lead. You're going to do a lot of face damage. And on the other side, Katt had a late game deck, right? Once his Korgoth's out, that's when his deck really starts working. But we saw he didn't get his Korgoth out until very, very close to the end, where ultimately it wasn't able to change anything. Okay, so Darkrow strikes first. That's just an example of just how a deck type will have weaknesses, right? And those late game decks will struggle in the early game, and we just saw the power of the Scrat Swarm, the extra Zeppelin Bomber, Chisma Boomstick. He's so annoying when he just keeps attacking again and again and again. It makes it so difficult to clear him because there's so little downtime between his attacks that it's so difficult to spawn anything on him to kill him. So remember, Chisma fears himself away from a target unless he has that Scrat Swarm, which is 5 Scrats in your opponent's arena. And just the way he just stands there, just chowing out those rockets over and over again is just insane. So we've seen a deck. I feel like that deck, the Reconator deck, originally came from Mephisto. At least that's, in my memory, that's where I first kind of remember it, first saw it. And it's very, very powerful, very, very difficult to deal with, and can really take advantage of certain deck types. And we saw Katt doing his best to defend, but just didn't have the tools. It's so hard to defend when you got a Reconator on your face, you got 2 Zeppelin Bombers above it, just dropping it, so you can't spawn anything behind the Reconator like you normally would. Then you've got Chisma Boomstick just going ham behind a lot of it. Like, how do you deal with all of that? You don't. Even the mighty Katt just didn't have the tools. And it's ultimately just took too much damage. And, you know, he was still in the game at the point that he got his Korgoth out, but just didn't have enough HP left. And of course, Diona's always going to be a problem because, you know, those traps, even though they only do half damage to face, even though Apep has the shield, you're generally going to be able to whittle down your opponent from a couple of hundred HP pretty successfully. Or at least, you know, you put the pressure on them because they're always having to keep it in their mind that they might have to defend those traps on their face. They're always having to keep some mana available to react to that. There was a Jolo in there. Yeah, I think I saw that just on the screen as the victory came up. Jolo at the bottom got through, doing a bit of face damage. But there was a lot in there. I think he may have used Morgul's Mark on the Jolo, but I feel like the Swarmer didn't spawn quickly enough to take the aggro, so Jolo got onto face. There was definitely a Jolo and a bunch of Swarmers at the bottom. I don't know where they came from. I don't know whose was whose, but that was seen. So maybe if the Korgoth had been played more in the middle, it could have picked up more of the aggro. But, you know, we always say health is a resource. And you see, once you don't have that safety net of being able to tank on face, it makes it so difficult to defend against everything. And it just ultimately makes your plays so much less efficient. Okay. So yeah, that match was really decided by that huge first push. He did so much damage there that it just put so much pressure on Katt that he just lost one of the tools in his arsenal. And because he knew how difficult it was going to be for him to defend these pushes, he had to delay using the seal of Korgoth. The first one a little bit, the second one he delayed quite a lot, which ultimately meant that the real Korgoth really didn't come into the game until very late on. He also got pretty unlucky, as I mentioned, about the Korgoth being buried in his deck. So, not ideal situations for Katt there. Right, here we go, loading into game 2. Don't know why I shouted that. Just excited. Right, King Puff. We don't see King Puff very often. But today we will. And I think we see Dark Crow play KP sometimes in these events. So we've got KP Imperium based. And Katt fighting back with Apep. I'm guessing... Not sure, actually. I'm trying to figure out where those Imperium units came from. Maybe from the Simulacrum. Right, some good DPS coming out here from both sides. HEG Drone's going to get shut down. Battle Monkey's going to clear everything. Almost everything is dead by the time the Ardera dies. This is not the forum to talk about being unbanned. If you need to send an email to support@BetaDwarf.com, do so. You can also try and behave in a way that doesn't get you banned to start with. Right, push at the bottom. Ardera supported. Thanks for the follow, Brian. Okay, Morgul's Mark in the corner, but I think Apep plus the Nats. And that's sometimes the power of the Nats. Because the Nats have a shorter range than the aimbot, they can defend the aimbot against a lot of things. Even when the aimbot is aggroed on something else. Right, both players doing some decent face damage. Going to get some more coming out here onto Dark Crow. Battle Monkey's going to come in, start wailing away on the Shield Guard. It's got a lot of support. That Shield Guard's not going to last for very long at all. Decent Scrutillery, but of course it won't kill the ATG drone, which will need to be dealt with. KP does hit hard, so does clear it pretty decently. That's a giant growth heal path. Not sure what that strat is. I saw a video somewhere where someone buffed a puff and then they used combustion on it or something. Nice Impetus Blast, gets the Ardera out. And the strat for Dark Crow is to push with the Ardera, shut down that Ardera, and that push really has way less power in it. And again, Darkrai here tanking on face, but he needs to be careful. Can't drop too low. Right, this is going to be a scary looking push for Darkrai to deal with, though. This Battle Monkey. Well, this Battle Monkey is going to get triggered by a few of these things. Does he have the DPS to shut it down? He does, but he's so low HP. 69 HP. That's the sex number. Katt looking in control of this one. He's got to his perk 3 as well. That's going to make KP even more powerful. Okay. How does Darkrai deal with this? Has to start tanking on his units. Oh, nice Impetus Blast! Opens the way for the Battle Monkey. The Battle Monkey says, thank you, please. Goes in there and closes the game out. Okay, Katt fights back. 1 game all. That was a good opportunity there with the Impetus Blast. Get him onto face. GG. Well, sometimes no response is the response. Right, 1 game all. Right, 1 game all. Can he fight back? Right. It's 1-1, right? Darkrai won the first one with the Reconator stuff. Katt comes back with the APEP. Okay, this one's going down to the wire. Remember, both of these players are unbeaten so far today. That was a real nice opportunity, the Impetus Blast. He saw how low HP Darkrai was. Parted the ways with the Impetus Blast. The Battle Monkey just shrunk through there. Bam!
Masters, prepare to duel. Let's duel.
Right, here we go. God damn it, where's my screen? There it is. Right, Dark Crow again going with the Reconator, but Katt fighting back with a Reconator of his own, probably from Simulacrum. I didn't see it. I'm sure you guys can let me know. Right, ATG Drone's going to do a good job clearing this up, but again, it's very, very difficult to deal with it, plus everything coming in from the skies. So again, both players putting out some pressure. Zip Zapinator. Remember, you can't cycle his more zap ability like you could before. He's got a 2-second countdown. Cooldown, I should say. Still makes it awkward to deal with. Right, XP is about the same. Katt not taking quite so much terrifying damage. Scrotillery didn't quite hit, but he got kind of lucky with the Scrats finishing off. Nearly a mistake there from Dark Crow. Remember, we are at 1 game all. This is the fourth round of our Swiss. Ruffles grabbing a purple mana vial at the bottom there. 2 mana for Dark Crow. Right. Good DPS shutting down the Reconator. He really doesn't want it to explode. But here comes the next push. The Reconator's already gone, but the Zeppelin bombers can be annoying, and you've got to be very careful placing your Marines and stuff because you don't want them to get taken out. Battle Monkey going ham on the left side, though. It's powered up by everything around it. Remember, the more enemy units near it, the more damage it will do. And it did a lot of damage there. Right. XP lead for Dark Crow. Perk 3 is likely to be stronger for Katt, I would think, if he gets some good cards. Okay, Dark Crow dropping even lower on HP, and Katt's doing damage every push, really. Right, counter push coming from Katt now. Dark Crow ahead on XP, but Dark Crow very low on HP. Needs to do something here. Scrotillery comes in. No heal yet. Not sure the order of the vials. The heal might be next. This one's XP. But how does he stop this at the bottom without taking 213 damage? I don't think he does. That Battle Monkey's going to come through and close the game out. The Battle Monkey again is the MVP. And Katt is taking this game by 2 games to 1. We saw that Battle Monkey at one point, it was triggered. It was triggered and it went ham. And it did huge damage at that one point. And Katt was doing damage every push. But that one push with the Battle Monkey did so much damage that it kind of... it put Dark Crow on a real timer. And although Dark Crow was ahead on XP, it ultimately ended up being irrelevant. Right. So Katt takes that by 2 games to 1. Right. Let's take a breath. And I think that might be the only game that hadn't completed in this round. So that means this round should now be completed. So Ficus got a win. DeathShoott got a win. Refreshing the page. Set got a win. Bickford got a win. That ain't it, Chief. And Derez and Katt, of course, here. So once we lock in this score, then we'll look at our standings. Remember, we're looking for the top 4 to go through to the next match. Sorry, for the top 4 to go through to the elimination after these 5 rounds. So once we've got this score locked in, we'll look at the standings and we'll figure out who is on the cusp, which is the match that's going to decide someone's chance to go through or not. Right. We are awaiting the confirmation. Hasn't been locked in yet. But yeah, the Battle Monkey was the MVP there. As mentioned, the Battle Monkey very strong in the current meta. We've seen him a lot. And we're seeing him a lot today. So, whilst we're waiting for that to be locked in, we can see, so the only thing we don't have yet is Darkrow and Katt. So Katt's going to go up to 12 points. Darkrow's going to stay on 9. So the top 4 at the moment is going to be Katt, Set, Destroy, and Ficus. So then that means that DeathShoott going to drop down to 5th place. Just a bit of confusion about how the result has been reported. Okay, looks like it's been corrected. Right, okay. That should be fine. Right, let's have a look. Let's refresh this page. Oh, it's refreshed anyway. We had the technology. Asynchronous updates. Right, so the standings. We see Katt there, the only player with an unblemished record so far. We've got Darkrow, Set, and Destroy up there on 9 points. So, of course, it changed based on their wins. Okay, so we got Ficus, DeathShoott, Fruit and Garbage, Centera right on the edge there. 9 points. So, let's have a look at the matches. Let's go to the 5th round. So it looks like we're going to go and have a look at DeathShoott against Set in this 5th round. So Set is currently in 3rd. DeathShoott is currently in 6th. So whilst they appear to be quite split, they are both on 9 points. So that means the winner is going to go through to the top 4 and the loser is going to go out. So we haven't seen too much of DeathShoott in these events for a while, so it's really good to see him back. Set is, I mean, we know the sort of stuff Set's likely to play, so is DeathShoott going to be able to take advantage of that and make some kind of counter deck that's able to quash him? We'll find out. So let's get the players locked in as a spectate, and then we'll look for the bans from them. So, are we going to see any more shrooms? Are we going to see any shroom bans? Any shrooms played? I think I mentioned before, DeathShoott doesn't feel like the sort of player that would take advantage of something that's kind of cheesy like the shrooms. So that, you know, maybe you can try to rely on that a little bit and not ban it, because you kind of assume that he's not going to play it anyway. But of course, you know, that's only an assumption, and assumptions can come back to haunt you a little bit, potentially. Right. DeathShoott and Set. But I feel like something is reminding me of a situation where DeathShoott didn't play for a while and then came back and played something a little bit cheesy that we weren't expecting, and his excuse, quote unquote, was because he was kind of a little bit out of practice, he had to rely on the cheese a little bit more than he'd like to. Can't remember exactly what that was. It might not even exist. May have made it up. I don't know. Right, so we're waiting for the bans. Which I need to do here. Yep, so the standings are really close, as we always get a few. So, Ficus. I want to see, maybe it's easier to look on the other screen at the same time. Okay, so Ficus against Katt. See, Ficus needs to win to get through, but he's up against Katt. That's going to be rough for him. So I feel like we kind of assume that Ficus is not going to get through. But who knows? Another assumption. Destroy. So if Ficus and DeathShoott both win, Destroy could get dumped out. Destroy's going to be playing against Darkrow, so that's a real tough one for him to try to deal with. So my prediction is that we're going to have, it's going to be Katt, Darkrow, I feel like DeathShoot's going to beat Set and they're both going to go through. But I don't know. If Set loses and Destroy loses... I'm not sure. I feel like DC's going to win this. But I don't know if that's going to... Set might get through. It depends... It might depend on how much he loses by and how much... If Destroy doesn't win, how much he loses by. It's going to be close. It's going to be close, really. That's what's going to happen. But I mean, you know, we're making assumptions here, but they could be wrong. This could be very different to what we think it's going to be. This is not the final. No, this is the 5th round of the Swiss event, part of the event. So we've got a good way to go. But likely the winner of this goes through and the loser goes out. But yeah, I mean, we can assume what's going to happen, but if a couple of these results go differently to what we expect, then we could have some surprises. I feel like Ficus will be the underdog against Katt, and Destroyer will be the underdog against Dark Crow, but they are all very good players, so anybody could get a win out of those. So we could get something surprising. So I think the things to take into account here, we've got DeathShoott hasn't played too much recently, especially in tournaments. He's less likely to take advantage of something cheesy like the shrooms than other players would. Set is quite predictable at what he will play, so that makes it easier to ban against him or tech against him. I think DeathShoott is probably the better technical player. So, very difficult to call, but my money, I'm going to put my money, and by my money, I mean no money, virtual money, I'm going to put that on DeathShoott. We might be about to get the bans. Okay, we have the bans. Let's go. Let's unpick these. Right, DeathShoott has banned Wrecked. See, I always find it really weird when people ban Wrecked against Set, because Set hates playing Wrecked. Although he does have a Wrecked skin with his name on it. Right, Wrecked, Cage Prowler, Defenso, and Ardera. High Inquisitor Ardera. Those are the bans that DeathShoott has submitted. And Set has banned Diona. That seems a good ban against Mr. DeathShoott. Morgul's Mark. Bounceberry Flinger. And Grenadier. So, no Shroom bans, but I don't think DeathShoott's going to play those. I don't know if Set will, but we have seen Set ban the Bounceberry Flinger, so that kind of puts a bit of a kibosh on that strategy. I only play racing games using my dance mat. Okay, so those are the bans, those are the players. DeathShoott against Set, and yeah, we're pretty much ready to go once they're ready. I haven't seen a Grenadier ban for a while, but it's pretty standard, I guess. Pretty common card. Common in rarity as well as in play rate. Ardera shuts down a pretty specific strat. Defenso is very strong in this meta, or since the bridge changes, because of the way it kind of loiters around on bridges. It's difficult to deal with if you've got a lot of melee units. And Cage Prowler is just very strong. Wrecked is a very strong solo master, but I feel like it's not a master that Set would like to play. Unless he really had to. Maybe in a best of 5 or something. So, will there be shrooms? I don't know. If there are going to be shrooms, it's more likely to be from Set. DeathShoott doesn't seem like he's likely to play it, as well as Set banning the Bounceberry Flingers, which is normally the shroom driver of choice. The Puff generation. Not Puff, the shroom generation. Right, let's make sure we've got this set up. Okay, we're going into the first match. The first game of this best of 3. This is going to be the last best of 3, or the last round of best of 3s. Okay, here we go. APEP against APEP, and it looks like the Set Pep. Right, Blood Imps. Cheap double bridge grab. They're going to get a little bit punished, but nothing to worry about. Avea. We haven't seen Avea yet. We're about to. Avea kind of going under the radar a little bit. Battle Monkey's a good way of dealing with Shield Captain Avea. Isu's going to play this deep. Looked like he burnt a bit of mana. That Battle Monkey's going to go off a little bit there. Accepting some of that damage. Oh, this is going to be potentially problematic. He doesn't want the stun. Okay, he gets an activation off Avea there, but this is not looking ideal for DeathShoott. The Battle Monkey's a real good way of shutting down Avea once she's activated, and Zip is a good way of stopping the activation. So Set, I think, will be happy with the way this has started. In a strong position, got a lot of XP, only one activation on that Avea for DeathShoott. This Battle Monkey, again, is going to be the MVP. We've seen him a lot. We've seen him catch some bans. We've seen him on the leaderboard a lot as well. This is kind of scary. Right, Avea gets another activation there. Beam comes in, though. And the extra value of the beam there is that it stops the potential for another activation of the Avea. We know Avea is going to be strong once she's activated, but she's only at 2 activations, which is halfway towards 4. So we've got some more cycles required before DeathShoott can get that power spike. And is he going to be too far behind at that time? Nice position in there to split, go back, kill the unit and get the bridge. Right, that's activation number 3. Can he get the 4th one on this cycle so he gets the buff on the next one? Probably not. Zip's going to stun. That's going to stop the ability, reset the ability. So no more shield progress this time. So he's going to have to play it at least once more unactivated. Gotta be careful if that Battle Monkey does have the wall. That's going to be real helpful. Right. Set in a commanding position at the moment. Right, there's the activation he needs. He's going to get shut down immediately. But the problem is, even when Avea is activated, Set's got the Battle Monkey, he's got the Zip, he's got the Beam. DeathShoott's going to be in a difficult position to get value out of Avea in this matchup. It feels like the Avea is kind of a weird choice for DeathShoott in this situation, because, I mean, we could almost guarantee Set's going to basically play this deck, right? Right, and here we see the Battle Monkey. Okay, the shield's really helping there, but look at it. It kills the Avea. Again, he's got the power of the stun coming in there from the Shen. DeathShoott dropping very low on HP. Does get some heals from this heal puff, though. But Set really has a lot of tools and is in a strong position already. DeathShott's going to start dropping very low, so he's not going to be able to use the Blood Imps at all. Unless he can get some heal going. But we're probably going to see a beam here. Just thinking about it. I mean, ideally you want to use minions if you can get away without having to use your spells. You know, minions generally are more valuable than spells. They can take bridges and all that good stuff. Yeah, the beam would have cleared it, but here he gets the chance of the counter push, using his mana for minions instead of... Okay, well, that I don't know about that ghost, because the ghost is going to get it, but it's like basically dead anyway. It gets a little bit of value. It was a free ghost, of course, but more value than less is always a good thing. There comes the beam now. Look at that. Just shuts down Avea. Set really having a lot of the tools, or all of the tools that he needs here, really. And DeathShott's just way too far behind. Even when he gets Avea out. Avea gets shut down. He's got to be so careful. That Battle Monkey's just terrifying for him. Look at it just go. Trying to use the shield to push it off, but it just absolutely murders everything. And whatever's left is just going to get just eaten up by the Zip, the Shen. Okay, this is a nice play, though. Having to play a lot of mana to the bottom there. Still not going to hold the bridge, though. Healing for a little bit. DeathShoott doing his best, but this is just a very bad matchup for him. Set was able to really deny Avea's activation for as long as possible, and then when it got activated, it really didn't change too much. Okay, Set's going to close this out. He is at Mana Frenzy. He's just going to swarm forward. This Battle Monkey again being the MVP. We've said that quite a lot of times today. DeathShoott doing his best, never giving up, but this is unfortunately a cause that he cannot win. Still 35 XP away from his Mana Frenzy. Looks like he's given up now. Huge push, closes that out. Set takes the first one, and Avea, as I said, Avea just seems a bad choice against Set. Because you just kind of know what Set's... Well, you don't know, but you've got a pretty good idea of what Set's going to play. Right. Right, there we go. Set takes that by 1-0. So he's got 1 foot in the top 4, but not quite yet. Welcome back, Jessica. And Avea really just got shut down very heavily there. DeathShoott will have known pretty early into that match that Set had a lot of the counters. But, you know, I feel like we could have called that before the match, that Set was going to have the counters. So, maybe just a bit of a mistake from DeathShoott on the deck choice there. Maybe a little out of the loop. I don't know. Maybe he's not aware of how Set just plays that same deck over and over again. Right. Can DeathShoott change things up and maybe get a better result in game 2? I mean, Set's likely to play the same thing. He either plays this Set Pep or with a different master, or he plays Korgoth with Morelia. Seems like those are the two things that he likes to play. But they often work out. We saw him win a lot of tournaments or get very far into a lot of tournaments just playing the same thing over and over again. Nobody had an answer to it. Does DeathShoott have an answer to it? Not yet, but maybe. He's got to pick himself up the floor. That last game's going to be real frustrating. These experienced players will know early into a game like that, you just don't have a chance, right? Your whole strat is just absolutely shut down. Unless your opponent makes some horrific misplay, you just can't do anything. Whatever you do is just countered. And that's just frustrating, but you've got to play it out. You've got to get through it. You've got to make your opponent work as far as they have to get the victory. But that was a situation where it was just bad news for Avea. Right, so we're waiting for the players to be ready for the second game. And yeah, again, the Battle Monkey, the Battle Shihao, so strong in that matchup. And so strong in every matchup, feels like, at the moment. Yeah, that was a big lead. Way too much for him to deal with. The DeathShoott did ban Defenso, which would have been good against his deck, but There was plenty else that was very strong against it. Right, what's DeathShoott going to do? I feel like Set's going to play the same deck. DeathShoott needs to play around it. Needs to find a weakness in it and try to exploit it. That is easier said than done. Right, here we go, leading into the second game of this best of three. Set leading 1-0. Can DeathShoott fight back?
Let's duel.
Right. So, as expected, Set sticks with the same deck. Wrecked. Excuse me, more of an aggressive master. Could put some pressure on. Let's see if he can do so. Again, the Battle Monkey here is going to trade pretty well. It's going to take some damage, but it's going to come out alive. Doesn't quite pick up the Shroom. Okay, DeathShoott playing a very different deck to what we've seen so far today. This is going to be a Void Altar deck. Can he get the bats to pick up? Oh, he goes for the beam on it, though. Oh, my goodness. The beam shuts down the Void Altar. Can he outcycle the beam? I mean, again, he's got to know that Set's likely to play the same deck, right? He's likely to have this beam in there. But he may only need to get good Void Altar value one time. And it could change things. Thanks for the follow, Green Monkey. Okay, so he's using right here. Oh, he's so unlucky not to pick up that orb at the top. And you can see he is out-cycling that beam. It is almost ready. He's trying to pick it up with the bats. The bats get one of them. Okay, so he does get some value out of it this time. Not too much, though. But if he can outcycle that beam, get some value out of it, that is his key here to winning. Those archers getting Mana Surge, clearing everything. Set got a little of an XP lead at the moment. The beam is available. This is awkward for DeathShoott because he knows that Set's got the beam, right? He hasn't played it for a while. He knows it's available. So what he wants to try to do is put the Void Altar down so he can get immediate value. So even if it gets beamed, he's going to do it now. He's going to grab that at the top. Oh my god, he's so unlucky not to pick that up. The bat's coming in. He's trying to get... He needs a little bit of luck. He's not getting it. He's going to grab that one in the middle to get something out of it. The Succubus, can he get the Succubus to stay alive? He was very unlucky not to pick that at the top. Set did a good job defending it. This is a really interesting back and forth. Impetus trying to keep those archers alive for as long as possible. We do have an XP lead for DeathShoott at the moment. Okay, there's the beam. But does using the beam there leave a little opportunity to maybe get the Void Altar out where it can't be immediately punished? Let's have a look. He's going to put it down. He gets it in the middle. That's not exactly where he wanted it. He wanted to be able to pick up one of the far ones using the wrecked clone. So again, DeathShoott a little bit unlucky there. Doesn't have another clone available. Jump Monkey comes in. Right, this is the value that DeathShoott needs, right? Full value this time. The first one, remember, absolutely beamed to death, but now he's got full value. He's got a huge push coming. even if he doesn't do too much face damage here, which he could still do, he's going to get a lot of value out of it. One Punch Blast comes in and shuts down the Battle Monkey. Shen didn't get slowed, which was kind of annoying, but we're already around to the next altar. DeathShoott is ahead. Does need to use this carefully, though. Always got to keep that beam in mind. Right, so he tries to build up a bit of a push, then he puts the altar down while he's got units available to pick them up. Right, here we go. Picks one up immediately in the middle. I don't think he picked it up in the middle. I think something further forward picked it up. It just looked like it came from there. Right, where's the next one? It is in the middle. Right, can he grab that one? The answer is yes. Succubus goes at the top, though. That's kind of a little annoying. What does he have to deal with this Battle Monkey? He does have a jump available. He's going to jump to the bottom, get the next one. Incubus comes out. That's going to clear this monkey. And DeathShoott really beginning to pile on the pressure. XP is in DeathShott's favour. Set dropping 600 HP and less. And this is where it kind of gets out of control. If you've still got your last push going when you get the next Void Altar, then you can start chaining them together. And you just get huge value coming out of them. He's going to put some pressure on here. DeathShoott might have overextended there. He's not going to get anything out of this. He's going to get shut down. And that's... Oh, he could go for the middle there. Gets the Whelp. The Whelp's not going to do too much. And I think that was a mistake from DeathShoott. He overextended with the altar when he didn't have enough to shut it down. This is going to be difficult. There is a beam available, but it's not available yet. So we're going to get some good value coming out from that Defenso. DeathShoott close to Mana Frenzy, but I feel like this was his game, and then he made a mistake, and it's really put the game back in the balance. DeathShoott needs a bridge and needs it now. He needs to keep pushing in. He doesn't really have the mana to commit to that Void Altar at the moment. Those bats doing a good job at the top. A bridge is what DeathShoott needs really, really badly. Defenso comes in. That's going to hold things up for a while, but we're going to see a one-punch blast at the top. Takes out the zip. Can he hold on? DeathShoott was in a very commanding position. Overextended at one point, and he could have lost it because of that. I think he has done. We were talking about trying to chain them together. DeathShoott had this in the bag, I think. That Void Altar was one Void Altar too many. And Set takes it. I think DeathShott's going to be a little frustrated there because he was in a strong position, needed to hold the Void Altar until he was able to really get value out of it. Didn't, put it down, got nothing from it, it got shut down, and that was unfortunately all she wrote at that point. So that means Set will progress into the top 4. DeathShoott did a great job, and I feel like he had the tools to win that game. He just overextended when he really didn't need to. And it was just punished. Right. So that should be all of the matches completed. Let's have a look if they are or not. Okay, so that one, we know that needs to be reported. Ficus against Katt. Showing 1-0 at the moment to Katt. We won't look at the standings until the matches are all locked in. We need to see if this match is still going on or not. See if we can get confirmation of that. So, not sure if the Katt match against Ficus is over or not yet. Trying to get confirmation. Oh, looks like Ficus may have won the second game. So it looks like it's one game all. Right, did that get locked in? Okay, it's one game all. Katt against Ficus. So we're going to try and see if we can jump in and watch the end of that. Remember, Katt's unbeaten so far. And if we look at the standings, I know we said we weren't going to, but we need to now. Katt is currently 3rd. Ficus is currently 9th. So Katt's on 12 points. So Katt's basically through whatever. Ficus could knock Destroy out if he wins. He could knock Destroy out if he loses, depending on how the figures are. But this is all to play for Ficus here.
Masters, get ready.
Okay, we heard a simulacrum somewhere.
Showtime.
Right. So this is one all. It's a little bit on the fly, but we'll try to keep up with what's going on. Katt is playing Morelia. Ficus is playing Morelia. Right. I feel like Ficus is going to be playing Korgoth. Okay, nice job from Katt there. That would have been really punishing. You notice how the Blood Imps kind of disappear for a second when they're taking damage there? They kind of flash invisible. Anyone else notice that? Right, it is Korgoth. We saw Katt play a Korgoth deck earlier that got punished by Dark Crow. Let's see what Ficus can do with his. Battle Monkey, of course. We've seen them everywhere. We've got a Void Altar for Ficus, but that's a Void Altar generated by the Invoke mechanic. Probably doesn't want to use it. Probably wants to hold it and invoke it to something else. No, he goes for it. Right. Could get some pressure on here. Oof, this could be good if he can grab this top one as well. This could spiral here. Korgoth is waiting in the wings. But this Void also worked out real nice. Thought he might just hold it and invoke it into something else. But full value out of it. It's going to tank the Assassin as well. So that Void Altar really helped. Massive face damage onto Katt there. Right, here comes the Battle Monkey. Assassin at the bottom is going to get shut down by the Horde. He wants to wait for the Korgoth here. So the Battle Monkey is going to get a little bit of value. Korgoth has such a long range. Remember, he invokes every time he gets a kill. Or if his attack kills, it generates an evoke once per attack. ATG Drone's going to be a bit of a pain. Impetus spreads the Assassin away, but we still have the air at the top killing it. Right, this is going to be scary. Almost dead though, but the Cleaver comes in tanking for the Korgoth. That's the important part of this, right? Tanking for it. Korgoth... Oh, he goes for the Battle Monkey. The black hole... Like, what was that black hole? That was Ficus's black hole, right? Why would he black hole that? Unsure. Nice Impetus Blast. Right. Katt pushing. Korgoth not attacking where he wants him to. It's going to take some damage here. Korgoth attacking all over the place apart from anywhere near where he needs to. Korgoth goes down almost immediately. That's not great for Ficus. Very little Korgoth value there. Did, I think, maybe get one invoke? But it really was not attacking. And that just shows you've got to place these units a little bit more carefully sometimes. Make sure they attack where you want them to attack. This looks like Katt's going to take this. Katt's going to take this. Kind of an underwhelming end at the end there. Like, what was that black hole? Was that a Ficus black hole? Why would he black hole to save the monkey? That seemed like a misplay. Okay, so Katt goes through with a 100% record. The question is Ficus going through? Or is Destroy going to stay in 4th place? Destroy is probably frantically refreshing the page. We will join him in doing so. Someone talk me through that black hole. Whose black hole was that? Was that Ficus's black hole? Was that Katt's black hole? I think it was Ficus's. It seemed weird. Someone help me. Right. Match has been confirmed. Just wait for it to be accepted. I think one player has to report it, the other one has to say, yep, this is okay. Once that's locked in. Right, that's locked in. Okay, let's look at this top. So, assuming this is fully up to date, looks like Darkrow, Set, and Katt all going through with 12 points. That's 4 wins from 5 games. And Destroy joining them on 9 points. Centera, Chief, Disu, and Dirappa, as well as with the Ficus we saw there, also just creeping to the outside of the top 4. They're on 9 points, but overall their results were not good enough to get them into the top 4. So Darkrow against Destroy, Set against Katt. That's going to be our top 4 shootout. It's going to be good. Okay. We need to set this up. We're going to figure out who we're going to go to first. We'll try to watch both of these for you. Right, I need to grab a drink and use the restroom. Okay. Anything I need to remind you of? There is no... I don't think there's any PTR this... I think it's too early in the season for the PTR this weekend, so no reminder about that. Yep, it was Ficus's black hole. Not sure. Sure he had a plan, but it didn't quite work out. Wait, it is Ficus. Hold on, was it not updated? Okay, my apologies. I was wondering why Ficus was so far down. Sorry, Destroy it. Right. I thought it was updated, but apparently not. Right, so Katt, Darkrow, Set, and Ficus are the top 4. Destroy, sorry for teasing you, just on the cusp. Ficus getting through by the skin of his teeth. Okay, there it's updated. I'll BRB. Possibly. Yeah, I do have APET. I'll change it to a different master. Right. Okay. Okay. Thanks for the follow, Snoop. Right. Did anything change? Right, so it looks like Katt, Darkrow, Set, Ficus as top 4. Confirmed. When I saw you say I can hear the snake hissing, I thought you were talking about when I went to the bathroom. I didn't see the first message first. Yeah, we do have a giveaway, so if you want to get in that, do so. Right, so we're going to watch the semi-finals now. Which one's first? Who knows? We'll find out. Normally, whoever gets whoever gets their bands in first tends to get there. I don't know what ping you're talking about. Oh, where it says top 8. Okay, so we're going to go top 4 now. That's going to be... So we're going to go best of 5, and it's going to be Conquest Rules, which means if you win with a Master, you can't play that Master again. Okay, so first of all... So we're going to have Set against Dark Crow. This is second against third. So let's switch to our top 4. Don't think that's right. Right, so Katt against Ficus is going to be the second semi-final. Dark Crow against Set is going to be the first. So let's get set up for that quickly. Right, 0-0. So we just say semi-final, best of 5. Dark Crow against Set. Player 1 is Dark Crow. Player 2 is Set. Okay, let's see if we can start a quick prediction here. Start prediction. Who will win? Dark Crow or Set? Okay, there we go. Prediction started. Shoot. Okay. Get the spectate set up first so we don't miss them accidentally starting early or something. God damn it. Right, Dark Crow. And Set. Right, okay, that's locked in. Right, let's have a look at the bands. Let's clear the bands and let's get some fresh bands. So, Dark Crow has banned APEP. Standard. Battle Monkey. Standard. Beam of Doom. And Ardera. High Inquisitor Ardera. Okay, so those are the bans coming in from Dark Crow. And Set has banned Wrecked, Zeppelin Bomber, High Inquisitor Ardera, and Zipper, which I'm assuming is Zip's Zappinator. So, nothing particularly surprising there. Dark Crow seems to have targeted some of the cards that we see Set play a lot. The Beam and the Battle Monkey. Really the power. We saw how good they were against Avea. Against DeathShoott. Set. We saw Dark Crow playing that that Reckinator deck with the Zeppelin support. So Zeppelin's banned there. Both players banning Ardera. So both players potentially having to play around the bans with regards to what they can play. Whether they choose to change their decks a little bit or play a different deck entirely. So these players have played against each other a lot in events. And I feel like Set against Dark Crow was our final of, not choice, but I feel like we had a Dark Crow Set final often, with Dark Crow generally coming out on top. Just looking through my notes to see what we had previously. Okay, so Set against Dark Crow. This was number 20. We're on number 27 now. This was one where Set won. Set won the grand final 3-0 on that one. And I feel like that was after being the perennial runner-up almost. Or am I thinking of it the other way around? I don't know. Maybe I've confused myself. Was it Dark Crow that was runner-up a lot? I don't know. Anyway, these guys have played a lot together. That's really the most important thing. Right, thanks for joining us today, guys. We are in the semi-final stage of the tournament today. This is Night's Duel number 27, Team Honor Frenzy and BetaDwarf. Thanks for them supporting the event. Thanks for you guys supporting for watching. Thanks for everyone taking part. Thanks to Sinobii for helping keep everything behind the scenes. So, we've got 4 players left. We've got Katt against Ficus in semi-final after this. Dark Crow against Set first. So 4 remain. Who will get to the grand final first? We don't know, but we can find out together. Right, Set against Dark Crow. Looks like we're going into the first game of this semi-final. That's the wrong button. Yeah! Drum roll worked as well, I guess. Okay, here we go. Right. Okay, Mordor. We haven't seen a Mordor yet today against Ratbo. Battle Monkey, Cage Prowler. We've got Rock Rivals, of course. Rock Rivals now in its current form gives the statue to your opponent every time. Shrooms everywhere at the moment. That golem is huge. That statue's going to die pretty quickly. Needs to be careful here because it's going to push through. This is a scary looking push already. Right. He's trying to tank the hits on the little scrats that are spawning, but the dragon support was killing them. So this game's going to hinge a lot on whether Dark Crow can get some very powerful revives from Mordor or not. Right, Tombstone's up. Remember, Puffs can't res. Looks like he's going to get a res at the top, which is not really the res of choice. Tombstone, of course, can revive multiple things if it survives and recharges. It's recharging. Looks like it's not really going to get the value it wants. But I mean, he's got 2 free bounce flingers, right? So that's some decent value in itself. Okay, that statue's going to get basically snapped in half. And I think if he can get this, if he can res this golem at some point in the game, that is going to be huge for him. He's still up on XP. Mordor's struggling to deal with the dragon, of course. Set's going to take a big punch to the face here. Maybe a second. Not quite the second. But look how much damage that dragon's doing. Zhao Long just wailing away. Mordor, of course, just tickling it. Tombstone's going to take some value. Some damage, sorry. Looks like he's going to res the bounce reflinger again, which is, again, not really his res of choice. Okay, Defenso is going to be a problem here for him to deal with. Right. Okay, looks like Dark Crow was ready for the Daka, sacrificed the flinger, the bounce reflinger. I still feel like Dark Crow hasn't got a res of choice so far in the game. The memory of the fish, yes. Those bats are going to be annoying. They're going to stay around for a while. Tombstone's charging. Battle Monkey needs to do something here to stop that statue. That statue's going to be on the Tombstone. Feels like that playing that Tombstone at the top there was a bit of a mistake. Took damage to it when he really didn't need to. Looks like he could get the res here. Okay, that's a huge res. This is what he wants. Chain these golems together. It does pick up the shroom, so he got kind of lucky with the position of that shroom. It is randomly placed. He's going to just tank that damage. Mordar's going to kill it eventually. But how does Set deal with this double push? Chain Lightning does clear the dragon from the skies. Now the big tombstone. Sepulacrum or something, I don't know. Sepula. I don't know, something like that. It's there. We saw how powerful that golem res. Can he get another one? Looks like it's going to be a battle monkey that's going to res this time. That's going to be a nice res. Goes along the top. He would have loved it to support at the bottom. XP is very, very close right now. Tombstone's charging again. Looks like it's going to be a battle monkey that's going to res, but it's going to res with basically no HP. Does get the spirit, but he doesn't get too much value out of it. Right. And this is one of those situations with Mordor, with when you clear the field, when there's no tombstone, there's a huge lull in just activity. Darkrow needs to be careful. He's tanked on face a lot. Not too many face opportunities for Set to try to close the game out, though. Oh, that's going to be a big Daka, though. That feels like a huge misplay from Darkrow. He just played that into the Daka, and that feels like that's probably the end of the game. The golem goes down. There's going to be no golem res. He's going to be closing this out, but he's going to be a long way down on XP, and it feels like Darkrow respected the Daka for that entire game, except for that one moment, and Set was ready to take advantage of it. And that's what you got to do with the Daka. You've got to be perennially aware that there's going to be a potential opportunity and take huge advantage of it. But we know if one master can hold on, it's Mordor, but he has so little HP to play with. Chain Lightning's going to close the game out, and feels like that was a mistake from Darkrow, letting his golem get absolutely Daka'd in the blink of an eye. And he was behind, but we know Mordor can hold on, but not if you throw away your centerpiece. Not only did his golem get instantly destroyed, his opponent Set still had the statue that he gave to him. So you've always, against Ratbo, you've always got to be aware of that Daka, trying to play around it, try to bait it out, try to tank it with something small, and vice versa. The Ratbo player's always got to be ready with his finger on the trigger. Because sometimes you get opportunities to use it, but that opportunity can come and go in a blink of an eye. But Set did a great job. Just ready. Screamed fire, and Ratbo did as he was told. Right. And we know sometimes Ratbo comes up against a deck with lots of small things where the Daka really is mostly irrelevant. But it wasn't irrelevant in that game. I just didn't really like the way Darkrow played that. That was a mistake at the end there with the golem. It felt like he didn't use the tombstone at the right times to get decent reses earlier in the game. It was just kind of just, let me just get anything. But the difference between resing a bounce spree flinger or a golem is just so huge that you really need to get that value. Anyway, well, that game's come and gone. Maybe a mistake from Darkrow getting that golem just nailed. Maybe he was trying to tank it with something. I don't know. But he didn't look like he was ready to play anything. He played that golem so far forward that he didn't really have the opportunity to do so anyway. But yeah, that's the power of the Daka. We know it can be amazing. We know it can also be almost a dead ability. Okay, here we go. We go leading into the second game. Set leading 1-0 in this best of 5.
Get ready. Make this entertaining, guys.
What are we going to see? Right. Morelia. More monkeys. Set. Looks like he's reverting to type. Although he was probably playing the same deck, just with Ratbo. So Morelia Mirror. Defense is going to be a little bit annoying for Darkrai to deal with. Morgul's Mark, of course, being used to grab that bridge. Used to watch out for Morelia trying to kill that dragon with the suck. Right, can the Prowler spawn? Let's have a look. Right, there we see tanking on face. Fergus shuts down the monkey pretty quickly. Does take some face damage, but not really anything to be too worried about. Right, Prowler does spawn. It's going to get distracted a little bit by these skellies. Oh, Fergus is going to get stunned now. It's interesting that he used the mark there on the Fergus, trying to kill it quickly enough. Trying to kill it real fast. I'm not sure if that was the correct play or not. Fergus survived, so it seems like it wasn't the correct play. Oh, that looks like a mistake as well. Darkrai doesn't seem to be quite on his game. The stun was too far back with the Jinglong, and ultimately he didn't kill the Nat, and the Nats killed it. So a little mistake there, I think. Okay, here comes the Fergus value. Absolutely annihilating that Golem. Doesn't take a hit itself as well. That's nicely done from Set. So he has the Stun Lancers, but he's going to need to DPS quickly. Right, decides not to. Goes for the Golem, but that Golem's going to take a lot of damage. This time, again, I feel like Darkrai's just not trading anywhere near like he wants to. It's not over yet. Those Skellies are always going to be a good tank for that Prowler. Right, Battle Monkey's going to clear the top. Defenso's really frustrating for him to deal with. Those Skellies and the Blood Imps are all just going to suicide effectively on it. Do a bit of damage though. This Flinger is not going to win. Kind of a weird Morgul's Mark there. What's he trying to do here? Okay, it does spawn. It does get the Spirit, but it goes down so fast. And Darkrai really struggling to deal with Fergus in this. Fergus the MVP at the moment. So yeah, that Golem is basically dead. The dog died in there as well. Set feels like he's in control of this. Well, it looks like he is. I don't know what he feels like. I can't confirm that. Both players will have a perk 3 dragon. Well, assuming the game goes on long enough. Set does have a Curse Bearer though, so that could be something that's crucial with getting through that dragon quickly. Let's see. Dragon's going to get a Spirit on it. Well, he misses the Spirit on the Defenso there. And I feel like he had plenty of mana to get that Defenso out in time, so that was a little bit of a misplay. Right, Dragon's going to get stunned here. It's getting absolutely destroyed by the Golem. it is very tanky with that spirit. Right, but look at the XP. Set's got such a massive XP lead. Darkrow's going to clear that very quickly, but the fight happened on the bridge. The bridge was red the entire time. This is going to be difficult. Set, of course, immediately dispatches the Cursebearer on the Dragon lane. But look, he's 9 XP away from Mana Friendly. Mana Frenzy. Okay, the Cursebearer dies, but that curse does linger around a little bit, so the Dragon does take a bit of damage from it. Darkrow has to basically win with this push. And it doesn't look like that's going to happen. Mana Frenzy for Set. If he can just tickle one of the bridges, he's going to get that Mana Frenzy power. Dragon goes down. Cursebearer did what it needed to do. Darkrow handled the Dragon pretty well, but he's so far behind on XP. I can't see a way that he can hold on to this. Set looks like he's going to be going into a 2-0 lead. And Fergus has been probably the MVP here. Done a great job of dealing with the Golem, dealing with the Prowler. He's got to push into this with the Golem, but he can't get on the bridge. Look at this, Golem's just hitting those Skellies. The Skelly's keeping the Golem off the bridge. The bridge staying red that whole time. That's feeding Set all that extra mana. And there's just no way that Darkrow can hold on here. He's going to be 2-0 down. And he's going to have his back against the wall. Fergus doing everything it was asked of. That rock golem, blue golem, it spent most of its life just punching small little skeletons, which is getting very, very little value from it. And Set, I mean, Darkrow did a good job dealing with the dragon, but he had to fight it whilst the dragon was on the bridge. And Set, once that fight was over, was so far ahead on XP. Okay, so Set is 2-0 up. This is best of 5, remember, so still all to play for, but Set in a very commanding position. Just always in control from an XP point of view. I don't know how they feel, but I'm just assuming how they feel. Could be right, could be wrong. Maybe we'll find out. So 2-0 for Set. Needs one more to close out this series, but of course, that's easier said than done. Can we see a Darkrow reverse sweep? I don't know. I feel like Darkrow's not playing at the top of his game. We've seen a few mistakes in these last couple of matches. It is late where he is. We are 3.5 hours into the event. So maybe tiredness could be a thing. Remember, we've got Katt and Ficus awaiting the final of this in the second semi-final. Set seems to be in the driving seat for this one. Mana friendly. So if we just remind ourselves of the bans while we're waiting. We've seen how powerful the Battle Monkey has been. That was taken off of the table. Fergus filling in for it really nicely though. Beam of Doom as well. Okay, so Apep and Wrecked banned. Right. Does Darkrow have something that he can throw against the Set machine? Anno believes in set supremacy. He's supreme in this game so far, but he still needs to close it out. There's still one more game required from him. A little bit of a moment whilst we're waiting here. Set's ready to go in the menu. Probably clicked ready in the lobby. Dark Crow deciding, making a last couple of decisions. What's he going to play? Does he have anything that can deal with what Set's going to play? Is Set going to play the same as we've seen him play, with just a different master? Is he going to switch, play up his Korgoth deck? What happened with the predictions? Let's have a look. Okay, so Set 54%, Dark Crow 46%. Set is the favourite from the crowd's point of view. Thanks for the follow, Brett. Welcome to the fish tank. It's tournament time. Semi-final time. Right, a little bit of a delay. Set still looks like he's raring to go. Dark Crow still trying to decide what to play. Is he going to try and counter? Is he going to stick to his own game plan? We don't know. The players have banned pretty well. They've taken some strats off of the table for their opponents. Some strats that their opponent is likely to play. We know Set likes to run the beam in his deck, so that's been removed. Battle Monkey as well. So adjustments needing to be made. Right, Dark Crow's now in the menu. That suggests that they're almost ready to go. Right, here we go. This is game 3 of this best of 5. Set is 2 games to 0 up. Can he close it? Let's find out. Set has the Diona Dynasty skin. Right. Morelia against Diona. Battle Monkey, as we've seen so often today, and Ficus as well. But the defense is a good way of stunning the Ficus, but you do need some DPS though to shut it down eventually. And the problem here is that the bridge is going to stay red for a while. So Set will be more than happy with that. Ficus kills the Defenso with a bit of support. Right. Looks like he's going to tank some of this damage on his face. That's a big golem. It is Growth Burst Shroomed. Plus, of course, the Spirit as well. Right. It's going to get cursed though, so there's not going to be much of that golem left, unfortunately. It does clear that up, but it's very defensive, so Set's been gaining an XP lead to start with. Right, goes for the sacrifice. What does Set have to shut it down? Absolutely nothing. Might have a trap as the game goes on, but at the moment he doesn't, so this could be a scary looking push. Cleaver comes through, hits on face. Shen's Shockstick clears the defense, and this is going to be a lot of face damage. Cleaver, Battle Monkey. Battle Monkey is aggroed onto the Ficus. It's not going to kill it though, but 695 HP left. That's a huge push for Dark Crow. Diona can potentially heal from the ruffles. Right, but again we're going to see the Golem. Spirits drop. Golem's going to pick up the Shroom as well. So this Golem's going to be substantial like the first, but this time it's not getting mostly destroyed before it gets to move. Cursebearer is going to do some damage to it, but it's not going to be alive for very long. The curse will, of course, linger for a little while, but not too long. He's going to go for the sacrifice here. Needs to cross his fingers and hope that it doesn't land on the golem in most situations. But he does get it off. That golem hits face. That one hit to face could be really, really important. Set very low HP here. Darkrai 2 games to 0 down, but he's going to start fighting back. How does Set hold this off? The trap's going to take the damage from the cleaver. Is the cleaver going to die before it hits face? It is. Ruffle's going for a heal as well, though. So Set gets a little bit of HP back. Those bats are going to be annoying. Would love them to jump off onto the Defenso or something, but they're not going to do that. But Darkrai in a strong position here. Set having to defend very well. Very little HP left. Scrotillery comes in, clears the Annihilator. It's almost perk 3. Is that big dragon push going to be too much? Interesting there that Set commits the Curse Bearer before the dragon is even played. Darkrai does play into the Curse Bearer though. I'm not sure I love that. But he's going to go for the Spirit on it. Spellbook 10 seconds away though. He's got to wait there. Doesn't want to flood the field because he wants to make sure that the dragon can receive the Spirit and it's not going to go somewhere else. Still waiting for it. Here comes the Spellbook. Right. Golem comes out. Here comes the Spirit. Shock Stick comes in. Right. The Spirits didn't go where he wanted. He didn't get a Spirit on the dragon. That dragon's going to melt now. Curse Bearer on there. Good Scrotillery though. Holds that bottom bridge. Now we're going for the sacrifice. Yep. Again, Set doesn't have any way of dealing with it. The only way he can stop that sacrifice at range really is to use the trap, but he doesn't have that available. Darkrai needs to be careful though. Dropping low on HP. Both players under 500 HP. This is really close. Darkrai still tanking on face. We've seen before when he plays the Blood Imps just to cycle too much and gets punished. Needs to be careful not to do that this time. Okay, this is very scary. One good Golem punch on face could be enough. Fergus is getting close to getting to face, and if he gets to face, he's going to be a problem to deal with. But there's the Golem, and Darkrai takes it just in time. It looked like it might be a Fergus closing the game out there, but Darkrai did huge damage in an earlier push, and that set up the win condition there with that Golem, with that one big rocky punch at the end. Okay, Darkrai fighting back. 2 games to 1, Set leading. But it was 2-0. Now it's not. Game on. That was very close. Both players doing a lot of damage to face. Defenso Chopper doing a good job. But as we saw multiple times, the Defenso Chopper really does slow the Fergus down. But it's not a counter to Fergus. It's not going to kill it. It needs some support. And that was really, really close at the end there. Because it looked like Fergus was going to get to the end and likely close the game out. But that Golem just able to get it for Darkrai. 2 games to 1. This game is on. The Dragon didn't really do too much for Darkrai. Got pretty shut down. The Curse Bearer, of course, ideal against that. Appreciate the follows, guys. Jex, Brett, welcome to the stream. Snoo as well. Green Monkey earlier. Brian, Van Ackenstein. Appreciate you guys joining us today. Hopefully you had a good time. Welcome to the Minion Masters community. If you're new, and if you're not, still glad that you're here. Yeah, huge early push from Darkrai. Did so much damage, really set up that potential win condition. And that really made Set worried for the entirety of that game. Needed to be careful. He knew every hit point was going to matter, and that Golem hits so hard with the Growth Burst Shroom. But it also melts so quickly. We saw how many times it died pretty quickly, especially when the Curse Bearer was around. Even with the Curse, the Shroom buff, not the buff, the Spirit, sorry, the Shroom buff. Oh, this This chocolate is soft. Okay, so Dark Crow can't play Morelia now. Conquest rules. Set can't play Ratbow or Morelia since they've won with those. And of course, if we remind ourselves of the bans for the 18th time. Set banned Wrecked, so Dark Crow cannot play Wrecked. And Dark Crow banned Apep, which means Set cannot play Apep. Right, this one going down to the wire. Dark Crow is ready. Set looks like they're ready. Okay, Dark Crow's back into deck building. Now he's back out of deck building. We're just waiting for the players to hit go. To hit ready. We're ready. Come on, we're ready. Okay, Dark Crow deck building again. Indecision. Right, here we go. We're loading in to game number 4 in this best of 5 series. Set 2-1 up. Dark Crow started the fight back.
Duel.
Can he continue it? King Puff for Dark Crow. Set playing Diona again. Caged Prowler. We've got a double shroom there from those 2 flingers. BBFs. Right. Gonna want to pick one of those up. Probably should have picked one of those up. With the flinger. They don't last forever. He's going to want to pick one up with the Battle Monkey at some point. He's going to lose them if he doesn't pick them up. Oof. Just got it. The first one disappeared. The first one was a timer, I think. I think he knew that once that first one disappeared, the next one had a few seconds to go. But again, here we see Fergus clears up the Battle Monkey. Tanks on face. Shuts it down. Again, he has the Defenso, but as we've seen before, he needs the support. ATG drone is going to shred it. What does he decide to do? A little bit of indecision there, maybe. Oh, Blood Imp's grabbing the bridge with collision. Is that allowed? Is that a legal maneuver? Right, Defenso's going to shut this down, though. Bridge switch gets it away from the Defenso, though. Nicely done. Okay. Perk 2 for Dark Crow. Gets those little buffs from the little puffs. Bridge switch available. Well, the trap's so good at shutting down that Prowler cage. It's going to keep wailing away on that Defenso as well. That Defenso's not going to live too long with all that DPS on it. It's going to stun Fergus for long enough to get shut down, though. Right. XP lead for Set. Poison takes out the Annihilator. Bats are being so annoying here. Okay, one bat survives. Scrutillery comes in, takes out the aimbot. Right, Battle Monkey. It's going to be answered by Fergus. He still has plenty of HP, so we can tank it on his face. Right, no crossbow trap available in this cycle for Set, so that Prowler's probably going to survive. Double taunt traps are going to really help. Ruffles is going to take that top bridge. Ruffles bridge grab. Right, bridge switch. Okay, he's almost at perk 3. He used his bridge switch before his perk 3. He could have generated 5 Night Puffs there. I don't know if that was a mistake or not. It didn't seem ideal. Next bridge swap coming in 6 seconds. Yeah, that bot broke somehow. I'm not sure what happened to it. Right, is that Prowler going to survive? Not from the next trap. Okay, there is a bridge switch available. Can load up the top bridge. Needs to switch it quickly. Okay. Night Puffs lost their shield, so they're not going to last very long. Set. Holding. Right. What can the Battle Monkey do here? The bats are going to trigger the Battle Monkey a little bit. Defenso comes out, shuts it down. 600 HP remaining for Dark Crow, so he needs to be careful with those Blood Imps. Next bridge switch, 8 seconds away. Wants to switch everything here now, but doesn't have it available. It is available next. Maybe I was looking at the wrong timer. I don't know. Looked like it wasn't available, but then he had it. I think I might have been looking at perk 2. Look how close it is. XP almost identical. He's playing this so deep. I feel like playing deep like this is not the answer. He's going to give his opponent the bridges for Mana Frenzy. These traps can be so powerful at this point in the game. Bridge switch is available. This could be the bridge switch that changes everything. Scrittillery is going to come in the top. Is anything going to live? Yes, it is. Dark Crow's at 97 HP. Mana Frenzy for both players. But Dark Crow has nothing to play with HP-wise. I think Set's got to be... Now with the trap on face, Set's going to win this. Set's into the grand final. Dark Crow tried to fight back, but wasn't able to. Okay, Set is our first grand finalist of the day. King Puff, not the force it used to be. There seem to be a couple of mistakes from Dark Crow along the way there. Right. Yes, that bot did break. I don't know what's wrong with it. Just lost everything. So, Set is our first grand finalist. But the next question is, who is he going to play in that final? Right, so let's choose the outcome. Set. And start the next prediction. Actually, I should probably wait until the game finishes on the stream, maybe. Does it make any difference? Not sure. Okay, so the second semi-final is ready to go. So we're going to have Katt against Ficus. Who will win? We will find out. Oh yeah, I can't start this yet. Obviously, it's a bit of a spoiler, right? Because then you know that there's not going to be a fifth game. Okay, let's get set up for this. We've got the bands, so we shouldn't have to wait for too long. This is the point of the tournament where normally the delays are from the players, but now I'm the delay. Let's try to catch up as quickly as we can. Right, Katt, player 1, Ficus, player 2. Katt is from Sweden, if you're interested, and Ficus is from Ukraine. Right, Ficus there. Katt there, okay. Right, looks like the GGs have been called, so we can start the prediction for the next game here. And then let's find out the bans. So let's quickly reset the bans. Okay, so Katt against Ficus. Katt has banned Apep, Herald Our Moon, Battle Shihao, and Korgoth. And in return, Ficus has also banned Apep and has banned the ATG drone, as well as High Inquisitor Ardera and Zeppelin Bomber. Right. You like my shirt? Thanks. I wore this the other day. I forgot to change it. I put it on when I got up and I was like, I must change my t-shirt before the stream. Forgot. GG. Right. So, looks like we're ready to go. Ficus and Katt. Katt's in the menu. Ficus is in the menu. I am ready. Hopefully you guys are ready. This is going to be semi-final number 2. Set is awaiting in the final. So, Apep has been banned for both players. Hydrate! Thanks, Katt. We do have a giveaway running, so if you want to get in that, make sure you do the command, which is somewhere here. Spam that a little bit. Right. So the the prediction should be running, assuming I did it correctly, which is almost a given. Right. So Katt, 100% Katt at the moment. So it says Arabriel voted for Ficus, but voted 0 fish hats. Right, sounds like we're going into the first game. Semi-final number 2. The mighty Katt against the mighty Ficus. Right, Volko. Zenshi Volko from Katt. And we've got Morelia Empyrean. And again, we see the Battle Monkey. Katt banned the Battle Monkey. Ficus did not. Right. Oh, Ardera gets shredded there. And that's the power of the Morgul's Mark. It pulls the units off face with the taunt. Look how much damage Ficus has taken. Almost 1,300 damage to his face after that first push. That health came and went very quickly. Okay, nice heal there. Denies the bridge grab as well. Plus gets some HP back as well. Right, shrooms! I didn't see it. The shrooms are on the menu. But these shrooms are going to get shut down pretty quickly from the looks of it. But we saw Katt play this earlier. And we saw how strong it was. Even with a lot of counters. That shroom at the bottom surviving with 1 HP. Splits. But the important thing is they took the bridge there. Right. How can Ficus deal with that? He does have the smite, which could be incredible if they split. I don't think there's any shield generation from Katt. So the smite could get a huge amount. Right. Passing like ships in the night. We are going to get Ardera pop in there, though. That means we're going to get Rage and a Divine Shield on the Shield Guard. But it does get shut down. But the Smite clears the Swarmers. Both players doing decent face damage. Right, here come the Shrooms. Oh, that's a good chain, though. Oh my goodness, both players doing so much face damage. Ficus struggling to deal with Yahoon, though. He's dropping very low. And here come the Shrooms. He's going for the heal. He's going to get a double heal here, is he? Yes, he is. But that health's going to come and go very quickly. Unless he deals with it. That Battle Monkey's going to be so hard for him to deal with. And then the Shrooms are going to follow. Ardera's DPS in it. He's taking a little bit more face damage, though. Oof, 90 HP. 46 HP. Shen's Shock Stick can close this out. How much damage does it do? I don't know. Is it enough? Maybe. He might just try to power it up a little bit more, but it looks like Katt's going to take this first game. Remember, the Shrooms power up the Shock Stick. He's going to get a Shroom from the bottom here. That's going to make the Shock Stick even more powerful. Single heal from Ficus there. But it feels like a little bit too little, a little too late. Yahoon dies. Does anyone know how much Shock Stick does to face? I feel like it does 50% to face, right? So that's like 100 damage. Don't know if he had lethal at any point. Okay, there's the double hill. Ficus is holding on. Perk 3 for Katt, though. Oh, Yahoon's going to just melt this, though. Shock Stick not used on face. That's the correct play, because Ficus is healed. But this Yahoon's just getting so much value because it's just staying alive for so long. Right, perk 3 for Ficus. He does have the dragon available. He goes for the bottom, which it feels like he has to defend face. But what about all that stuff pushing at the top? This is where he wants his smite, but the smite's not available. He can't tank on face. He's going to die to these Shrooms. And again, we see how powerful the Shrooms are. Didn't really, Ficus really have the ideal counters for it like we saw before. But really well played. I think Katt's played that quite a lot on the leaderboard. And the Shroom value and the Yahoon. The Yahoon staying alive for so long with the Growth Burst Shroom gives it so much HP that he just had a really strong XP lead. Even if he wasn't ahead on HP. Sorry, opposite way round. He was very far ahead on HP, but also on XP as well. I think that's what I meant. So, The shrooms were not banned. Katt took advantage of it and took an early win. Right, submissions are closed for the prediction. 94% for Katt, 6% for Ficus. And that confidence seems to be supported after the first game. But that doesn't necessarily mean... It's not important. It's not so important what happens in the first game. It's more important what happens in the last game. The Katt gets an early lead here. Katt banned Herald Armoon, which again I think we mentioned before. Ficus does like to play Herald, so that's a good strat. We saw Herald banned against Katt earlier in the tournament. Let's have a look at the shock stick. Does it do full damage to face? Hold on. So it does 2 shock rocks for each charge, so it does up to 8 shock rocks. So it does up to 200 damage. That's more than I thought. I thought it had reduced face damage, but apparently not. So shock rocks do 25 damage each, and for each shroom, it gets 2 shock rocks. So maximum 8 shock rocks, do the maths, 200 damage. So yeah, I think he was lethal at some point to the shock stick. Maybe. But he played it safe. Yep, if you do have spells in your deck, it's very important to be aware of how much damage they do, especially how much face damage they do. Maybe how much, if you've got a couple of spells, know what their combined face damage is so you can identify quickly and easily when you have a lethal opportunity for your opponent. I don't play that card very often, so hence my not complete knowledge about it. Okay, so reminder, Set is in the final, beating Darkrow 3-1. Ficus a game down here against Katt. Right, we're loading in. Second game of this best of 5. Is Ficus able to strike back? Can Katt get a 2-0 lead? We can answer that shortly. Right. Morelia. Ratbow. Those are the masters. Let's see how they stand together. Battle Monkey. Seen him in almost every game today, I feel like. Unless he's been banned. Got to get the value out of those shrooms. Right, Defenso's going to do a good job shutting that Battle Monkey down. It's going to take a little while to burn through it. All the while, Katt's getting that XP.
The difference is you failed.
Right. Cage Prowler is down. So Katt's got a smattering of Outlander cards. Going to give him the tech for the drone buzzers. We saw drone buzzers played earlier, but they were in basically a techless deck, so they died real fast. This time, we've got a decent amount of tech to keep them alive. Remember, they don't... once you run out of tech, the drone buzzers start... the Razor Squadron starts taking damage every second. Right, Impetus keeps that Defenso out of the way. It's exactly where Katt wants it, and exactly where Ficus doesn't. Defenso grabs the bridge, though, so, you know, small mercies there. Lots of face damage, though. Again, Ficus doesn't really have many opportunities to try to shut that Prowler down. We saw how powerful the Daka was in an earlier game, was set against Dark Crow. Is he going to have any opportunities to use it here? There's a few things he wants to hit, but there's a lot of small stuff that's going to make it annoying to try to time it. Okay, that's a good chain lightning though. But is it going to be enough? This Battle Monkey's going to come in here. Not too triggered by too much. There's a Daka. Is it going to be enough to kill it? No, it's not. Ficus might be dying here. This Battle Monkey with the support is going to be too much. Oh, he rips him off face with a Walking Blind 8, but it's not enough. And another powerful push. 2 or 3 times. And Katt is 2-0 up. And I was just thinking how the decks on average have changed if we think back to how the sort of super cheap control decks used to be. That's not the case anymore since the changes with the bridge changes. A lot of these decks, very powerful push decks, not sort of real aggro where you're just trying to kill your opponent in one, but they're really powerful push decks that are going to be doing chip damage over and over again, and that's kind of almost their win condition. They do, of course, have a bunch of cards in there to give them bridge control so that they do have that Mana Frenzy secondary bridge win condition. Okay, Katt quickly into a 2-0 lead. Ratbo was just not ideal in that situation. Not really much it could hit on. Not too much Horde. And the Battle Monkey with the Prowler support, very difficult to deal with. The Battle Monkey likes to deal with all the Horde, and of course the hard-hitting Prowler supports it. Difficult to deal with. Got to be very careful. You put that Horde down, that Battle Monkey can go crazy. We saw that earlier in a game. We had the Battle Monkey on, was it on Dark Crow's face? 3 prop scrats above it, and it was attacking real fast. That thing does some serious DPS when it's fully triggered. Can't remember exactly what the stats are, but it attacks faster based on the number of enemies around it, up to a maximum of 5 enemies. So on the wiki it says it's got a maximum bonus of 350% attack speed. So its default DPS is 42. Its max DPS is 100, nearly 190. That's crazy. Right, game 3. Is Katt going to close this out in quick style? Is Ficus going to fight back? Katt looks like he's playing the same deck, just with Diona this time. This looks like an infinite hate deck. Both in name and people's feelings towards it. Okay, he's got a Scrutillery this, otherwise that Colossus is just going to melt. Okay, this deck from Ficus is all about just building up this big support push. Well, this healer's going to get a little bit far forward. That was a mistake from Ficus. He played that too early. That healer's going to go down. Once the healer goes down, it's really not too much of a concern anymore. The trap spins the Colossus round. That's perfect. Beautifully dealt with. Right, Madrid. Spirit on Madrid. But yeah, this deck from Ficus, once it reaches a critical mash, it can be a real problem. It's all about trying to stop that if you can. Defenso is so good against Madrid there. Takes very little damage. Basically just stuns lock Madrid for like 20 minutes. Madrid, when Madrid attacks, does like a multiple attack. So the first little attack triggers the Defenso and stuns it. Right, Katt, massive XP lead. I feel like this deck from Ficus, it's such a risky deck to play against Katt because a good player with appropriate tools will just dismantle it, and Katt is a good player. And it's really scary when it gets everything together, but as you can see here, the Defenso is keeping the Colossus busy at the top. Mardred's nowhere near it. And it's definitely a lot weaker when the units are spread out. See, this Mardred is unsupported. Right, here comes the Colossus. We're going to see a Chain Lightning here, but the Drone Buzzers get a lot of value out in the meantime. The Mardred's almost dead. Okay, Mardred goes down. Ruffles is going to... Okay, oh, Ruffles gets healed from. Okay. Oh, but that Scrotillery just aggroes that Battle Monkey like crazy, so the Battle Monkey clears the Colossus. Big XP lead for Katt. Prowler doesn't live. Because really under the cosh now. Nice use of the traps. Oh, good heal there. The heal's great. Killing the Razor Squadrons is great together. That's amazing. But again, he's played the healer... Oh, it looked like he played the healer too early. But you've got to keep that healer behind for as long as possible. He played it so early there. Like he knows Katt's going to capitalize on mistakes like that. Right. This is looking a little bit scary at the bottom, but because it's very low HP, he's got the Battle Monkey. He's going to be triggered here. Oh, that Battle Monkey was going ham for a second. Just 1 or 2 more seconds and Ficus would have been dead. XP means that Ficus has to kill him and kill Katt soon, but it's not going to happen. Or the chain... Oh, I felt like that Chain Lightning was a mistake, the positioning of it, but the trap chained it across to the Razor Squadron. So he kind of got away with it. But again, we've spoken about how this deck is about the power of everything together. Nothing is ever together for Ficus. The Dragon's here unsupported. It's just going to get so shredded by everything. He's going to get a Spirit, so he's going to live and get a little bit more value, but like ultimately nothing. Again, the healer leading the line a little bit. That's not where you want it. Razor Squadron's going to just shred everything. Mana Frenzy for Katt. Pushes the Colossus onto the top lane, so he holds that bottom bridge. Okay, felt like Katt had that in control pretty much the whole time. He did a great job, always taking the opportunity to kill the healer when he needed to. Always taking the opportunity to keep everything away from the pack when it was trying to be together. And that's just, yeah, I feel like that's just the weakness of that deck, right? Against a good player with some reasonable tools, that deck's just going to get pulled apart. The healer was never alive for very long. That was partially because Katt did a great job killing it, but I feel like Ficus didn't play it particularly well. Didn't play it. The healer was always kind of too early, always susceptible to dying, whether it was ahead of the Mardred and the Colossus or whether it was just close enough to get AoE down. Okay. So Katt zips through that one. So that means we're going to have our grand final, which is going to be Set against Katt. Okay, Ficus just didn't seem to have the tools against Katt in that matchup. Katt did a good job banning some of the things that Ficus really likes to use. Sometimes you just don't have the answers, but I feel like I just don't like that deck choice from Ficus. That can be hard countered. And against a player like Katt, he's going to take every opportunity to shut it down. It's just the cheese deck, really, that takes advantage. If your opponent doesn't have the tools to shut it down, if your opponent doesn't have the ability to take the opportunities to close it out, like, you just have to kill that healer. Once the healer dies, then everything else is kind of irrelevant. And especially against Diona. Diona's traps help so much in that situation. Right, grand final, Katt versus Set. Best of 5. Conquest rules still. So we'll start getting set up for this. Okay, Katt against Set. Now, someone remind me, did these guys play today yet? Unsure. Let's have a look. So okay, so they played in the 3rd round. Katt won 2 games to 1 against Set there. Oh yeah, I have it there. I just can't read. Can't read my own writing. Right, so let's write Set against Katt. Set against Katt. 0-0. Okay, so we're just waiting for the players to give us their bans. Right, predictions. Did the match finish yet? Yes, it did. Okay. So Katt won that, as you seem to all expect. And then, who will be the champion? So Katt and Set. Right. I shall BRB once I get back. Hopefully we've got the bans, and then we can get into the grand final. Let me do a quick Discord announcement, actually. Right, BRB. I'm back. Right. Have a look at the prediction. So 66% with Katt, 34% with Set. Okay. We are awaiting the bans from the players. Can't go any further until we have that. Right, who's player one? Katt is player one. Okay. Katt and Set. We've got the bans. Let's go through them. Is there going to be anything surprising? Let's find out. Right, Katt has banned APEP. Standard. Battle. Shihao. Standard. Ardera. Standard. And Korgoth. Pretty standard. Okay, nothing particularly surprising there. And Set has banned APEP. Herald our Moon. Korgoth. And Bounceberry Flingers. Okay, so no surprise really for any of those. Korgoth's off the table for both of them. The Flingers really hurts the Shroom strat. Herald our Moon really removes the Slither strat. Battle Monkey is just a very strong card that everyone's playing anyway. Ardera removes the Empyrean strat. So some good bans, but it's going to be interesting to see what the players decide to play outside of them. Right, grand final, best of 5. Let's give them the go-ahead. Fishy is ready. Hopefully you guys are ready. Thanks so much for being here today, guys. Hopefully you're having a good time. I am. Appreciate you joining me. This is Night's Duel number 27. Team Partner Frenzy and BetaDwarf represent. Okay, so is Set going to play his regular deck? Probably. Like, I don't feel like he has any other decks. He's going to have to adjust it. I think we probably play the Fergus instead of the Battle Monkey, maybe. Or maybe he's got something secret. I know he had a secret Korgoth deck a few tournaments ago. If I remember correctly, he got knocked out before he got a chance to use it. But Korgoth is banned anyway from the player ban, so we're not going to see that. So, Katt definitely the more versatile of the players. Which I think is really important because it allows you to play better around the bans, but it also allows you to have a better just portfolio of decks, if you like. So, you know, you're less... Your opponents are less likely to guess what you're going to play. So many different things it could be. Right, looks like we're going in. Yeah! It's grand final time. Let's go. Right. Katt against Set. Grand final. Morelia. Ratbo. We saw a massive Daka in an earlier game. Taking out a blue golem. Is he going to get the opportunity this time? Right. There we see the Shroomer. Once the Shroomer gets across the bridge, it's really good value. Right. Both players have got a Fergus. One of them belongs to Set. The other is just being borrowed by the Simulacrum. He does have the tech to haste it, though. Hasted Fergus is pretty terrifying. Okay, Shroomer's leading the line at the top there. Remember, they got a buff in the last full patch where the split is just a identical copy. Right, here's the Fergus. The Fergus didn't quite hit the Battle Monkey to start with, so that's a lot of damage coming out of the Battle Monkey. Fergus taking a breath. That allows the Battle Monkey to get more damage out. ATG Drone's going to clear everything, maybe? No. It's going to go looking for the Fergus, but it gets shut down. But that Battle Monkey did a lot of damage. 1,000 HP left from a starting 3,000. Right, there's the Fergus. It is hasted as well, so that thing's going to be very, very damaging. Those bats have been kind of annoying. They will get peeled off by the Marines. Both players reaching perk 2 at about the same time. Empowered Spellbook from Katt. And Daka is available for set. He would love to Daka that Battle Monkey, for example. Oh, here's a chance! Oh, I think Katt tried to bait it out there. He played the Battle Monkey and then he played the Blood Imps slightly further ahead. Set either decided not to take the opportunity, knowing it was probably a bait, or just didn't react to it. Impetus Blast. Okay, the Daka does almost enough damage to kill the ATG drone, but it gets finished off by the Annihilator. Definitely seeing more Annihilators. It used to be a card that at the top level no one ever played, but it's definitely something that we see more often. Right, here we go. Battle Monkey. Has anyone noticed with the Shroomer, I swear this when it splits, the oh, here goes the Battle Monkey! Oh, that's going to be too much. That Battle Monkey is the MVP again. Okay, Katt takes it by 1-0. Yeah, one thing I was going to say there about the Shroomer, I feel like when it splits, you always get 100% second Shroomer, regardless of how much health the first one has. Has anyone seen that? Has anyone noticed that? Has anyone thought about that? Like, it's supposed to be... I don't know if it's supposed to do that or not. I feel like it's supposed to be 100% of whatever the current one is. So I'm not sure if it's a bug or not. I think I noticed that, but I forgot to say to anyone. Okay, so it says when Shroomer enters the opponent's arena, it splits into 2 copies of itself. So I'm not sure how that's going to work. Grade 2. Let's see how that's supposed to be. I don't know if I've ever shaved my head. I think maybe once when I brought this haircut device that really fucked up my haircut. I just shaved it all off. Right, so Katt takes the first in this best of 5 grand final. That Battle Monkey is so difficult to deal with. Someone sent me a screenshot the other day. Who was it? I don't know if someone sent it to me or I just came across it. But someone's showed me how many Battle Monkeys were on the leaderboard. And I think we're seeing in the tournament today just how strong they are. How difficult they can be to deal with. Right, what are we waiting for? Set. Okay, nothing. We're going into the game.
Thanks for tuning into the Caesar Network. We've got a corker of a fight for you today. Here.
Okay, we heard the simulacrum again. Right. Wrecked. Looks like maybe the same deck from Katt, just switch into Wrecked. Set playing Morelia. Maybe also the same deck. I like it when sometimes the players take like 15 minutes to choose their deck and it's the same one. Right. Again, the Battle Monkey's got to be so careful of that. We saw that in the last game. We've seen it multiple times how punishing that Battle Monkey can be. Best of 10? When did it become a best of 10? Right. I don't know if that Impetus really achieved what he wanted it to. Right. He does have an Annihilator copied from Set with the Simulacrum. Does have the tech to haste it, should he wish to. But of course he wants the tech as well for the aimbot. It's probably more valuable on the aimbot. Okay, so there's the hasted Annihilator. Battle Monkey gets shut down pretty quickly, nicely done. Set ahead on XP, doing a bit of better job this time. He's going to have the Defenso is Katt for the Fergus. That's great. Aimbot just shredding it. Kind of scary looking push at the top. The ATG drone covering everything. The Nat tickling the Annihilator. This is going to be some decent face damage coming out from Katt here. Right, Battle Monkey is not going to win this trade. I don't know. I don't know if it was going to die then or not until he spawned the Fergus, and the Fergus then increased its attack speed, and then it ultimately killed. Like, it was going to die, but I don't know if it was going to kill the aimbot, drone walker, whatever it was, before it died or not. Right, again, more damage here. And we see every time Katt pushes, face damage. And he can only do that for so long until Set runs out of HP. Those Nats are being a nightmare. 240 health left. This is going to be very difficult. The Set does, of course, have the ability to heal from the spellbook. And as Fault says, Katt is playing Wrecked with Set's Wrecked skin. Rubbing that in a little bit, I think. Okay, Fergus doing a great job, but his Fergus is going to die, and there's not going to be much left behind it. Impetus clears the pocket. Game 2, Katt. Katt, 2-0 up. ATG Drone doing a great job. Okay, that's a quick 2-0. Best of 3. No, best of 5. So still needs to close it out. But Katt will be feeling very positive with the way those 2 games have gone, especially that second game. Lots of power. And as we saw, just the push after push after push, damage after damage after damage. Ultimately too much. So, I mean, that was kind of a carbon copy of the first game in a way. Both players playing basically the same thing. What's going to happen in game 3? Is somebody going to switch to something completely different? Or are we just going to see master changes and then kind of the same thing? I don't know. I really do feel like the bans hurt Set way more than Katt. Katt just has more in his armory. Zano says if he had a beam in his deck, he could shut down that push instantly. It's surprising that he doesn't, because we've seen he does tend to run it in these decks. And it's not banned in this one. We saw he got a lot of value out of it in the past. But it's okay. It's not over yet. No copium. Right, looks like Set's ready to go. Katt looks like they're also ready to go. 2-0 to Set. No, sorry, to Katt. Just testing. Can he close this out? 3-0. Can Set start to fight back? Let's find out. This is best of 10. What if it's 5-all? Right, Bolko versus Morelia. Okay, Cleaver dispatches the Battle Monkey. Cleaver getting some good value, some face damage, killed the Battle Monkey. Shrooms littering Katt's side of things. Would love to get the Battle Monkey to pick up one of those. ATG Drone's going to track this Shen back. Impetus pushes it away. Giant growth hill path. Okay, Set does have a beam in this deck now. Hill path getting some decent value, 20 HP a second. It was there for a good while. Herald is definitely a targeted ban against Katt. Right. Cleaver's kind of melting here, to be honest. That raged ATG drone is a beast. Did I say ATG drone? I meant aimbot. Okay. Not a massive fan of that beam. Doesn't really hold any bridges or anything. I feel like it's better to hold onto that beam and see if you can get more value. Get a big clump of them. Oh, that Shroomer so close to the buff. Not quite picking it up though. XP is about level. See, there you get the second Shroomer full HP, regardless of the first one. I'm sure of it. I might be wrong, though. Six years ago. Right. Gotta watch out here for the Cleaver. Gets shut down. Shen's gonna stun face, but not do any damage to it. Again, the beam on the ATG drone does clear the Marine though, so forces something else out. I remember there was a StarCraft match that was best of something ridiculous. It went on for so long. Right. XP's very close. Katt getting a little bit of a lead. Set, of course, is going to have that dragon. Can he make value from the dragon? Can the dragon change things? Or not? Okay, he goes for the hill. He doesn't want to use the dragon until there's a lot really for the breath to hit. You want to get some value out of it with the breath, really. Okay, it's probably going to do it now. Needs to be careful, though. No, goes for the Cleaver. Okay, but Dragon waiting in the wings. Cleaver on Cleaver violence. Oof. Impetus Blast didn't quite get the value. And that Cleaver, of course, is hasted, so it does attack much more quickly. Bridge stays blue at the bottom there. That's kind of annoying for Set. XP still level. We've definitely seen matches where the dragon can be a liability. Sometimes it's just not the play. Right, here we go. You can see that Battle Monkey working that dragon down. It's almost lost a third of its health already. Okay, dragon's out. XP still equal. Oh my goodness, Shen from the Simulacrum. How lucky can you be? Yes. Katt got very lucky there with that Simulacrum Shen. Okay, Set with a small XP lead, but Katt's going to catch up. He's got stuff on the field here. Trying to get onto that bridge at the top. Manages to do so. Set's going to get Mana Frenzy first. Shroomer doesn't get a chance to pop. Can Set fight back? Mana Frenzy for Set now. He'd love this Cleaver to get another hit off. It doesn't quite. Shen's going to shut this Battle Monkey down. Oh, this is so, so close. Katt's catching up on his own Mana Frenzy, but he's been soaking it for a little bit. Well, this feels like it's Set's game. Well, the beam there just to cover anything that tries to kill the Cleaver. The flood of red units. There's the beam. He got through to that beam so fast. Okay, Set fights back. 2 games to 1. Right. Is Set fighting back a little bit? Can he fight back a lot? Oh yeah. So Katt took a very quick 2-0 lead. The predictions were 66% in Katt's favour, but Set has begun to fight back. He held the dragon, he used it at the right time, and it did what it needed to do. It was kind of unfortunate. Katt was very lucky where he got the Shen from the Simulacrum to shut that dragon down, but whilst Shen does shut the dragon down, it doesn't kill it very quickly. And that's when XP really helps. One thing to note, when Katt was dealing with the dragon, he tried to deal with it as far as kind of in the corner as much as possible. Basically as far away from the bridge as possible, so that even while it was taking him ages to kill it, he was still able to contest the bridge behind it. That's one of the things that you see people fight too close to the bridge and then you just can't take it back. You gotta fight, you basically fight on the bridge or as far away from the bridge as possible. Yeah, that Shen, of course, from the Simulacrum, I think it had haste. And that just means that it just really shuts that dragon down very quickly. Okay, Katt 2, Set 1. Is the fight back on? Set needs a complete reverse sweep here. Needs to come back from 2-0 down. He's a third of the way there. Right, deck building for Katt. Both players still deck building. I feel really tired. GG. Players really thinking about what they're going to do from the looks of it. Oh, I definitely forgot to claim my tri-team tourney last season. Doesn't really matter. Big rip. Right. Still we tread water. It's not a clean sweep, and there's still a chance for a reverse sweep. We'll see if Set can achieve that. So was that the first game Katt lost today? Question mark? No. Not even close. He lost 3 games in the Swiss. How do I see his matches? This is not the right tournament. Okay, let's try again. Might have been looking at the wrong tournament. Okay, so he did drop 3 games. I was looking at the right thing. Okay. Right, we are still awaiting. Set is in the menu. Katt still deck building. Some final decisions still being taken. Okay, both players in the menu. Is this it? Are we ready to go? Jesus, OMG. Mega moist. Moisten me. Okay, here we go. We had a little bit of a wait. This is game number 4. It's Katt 2. It's set 1. It's the grand final. Can Katt close it out? Can Set continue the fight back? Diona against Diona. Set with a Dynasty Diona skin, probably the rarest skin in the game. Very, very rarely see that. Okay, we got a werewolf at the bottom here, but it's not going to last too long. Or the beam. Oh. I mean, that was just a bad beam, right? He could have got both of them. Okay, traps being exchanged with the bridge staying red. Oh, Defensos are going to do a great job shutting everything down there. Dead Shroomers littering the battlefield. That trap's going to be nice. Keeps that bridge away from the defenso. Okay. Not sure about that trap at the bottom. Puts pressure on it, but it's going to die pretty quickly. Okay. That's a tanky Shen. It is hasted as well. Okay, Shen doing a great job there clearing those guys. Okay, there's the beam again. He really wants to clear that ATG drone at every opportunity. Right, small XP lead for Set. Defensor's going to clear the bottom. It's going to take a while to clear it, though, before he can get on it. Nice use of the trap. Keeps that bridge red. Okay, Shen. Impetus. Shen doing a good job. He's going to survive to tell the tale as well. Nearly a 10 XP lead, so Set doing a good job managing these bridges. The XP lead's getting bigger as well. Trap on trap violence. There's the immediate beam on the ATG drone. He knows how valuable that can be. Right, here goes the Battle Monkey. Nearly it was more than it was basically a 20 XP lead. It was changing as I was trying to say it. Looks like some mana being burnt by Katt there. It may have been when Ruffles... No, Ruffles is picking up a thing, so there's not enough time for that to have happened. Okay, Shen just loitering on this bridge. Where's the beam? There it is. He is not having any of that ATG nonsense. Hey, look at the XP now. 150, 170, basically 175. Big XP lead. There's the beam again. Like, with him insta-beaming it, does Katt have to stop playing it? Or does Katt say, well, you know, it's still an okay trade for me. I get a little bit of value out of it. Costs you a bit more to kill it. Set could be bringing this back to 2 games all here, guys. He's 6 mana away from Mana Frenzy. 6 XP, sorry. 3, 2, 1. Mana Frenzy for Set. Katt is a long way away from his own. Okay, there's the beam. Clears it, gets the bridge availability. Okay, looks like Set's got this. Is the reverse sweep still on? This is going to be too much for Katt to hold on to. He's 10 XP away from his own Mana Frenzy. Surely he can't hang into this. And he knows as soon as he ATGs, which would basically kill everything, it's just going to get beamed. There it is. Okay, Mana Frenzy for Katt, but he's got to be too far behind just in terms of overall mana. So much value on the field already for Set. How can he hold on to this? There's the beam. Battle Monkey just gets shenned immediately. He just doesn't have the tools. He has to go to defend his face. 2-2. 2-2. It looked like Katt was rushing to a 3-0 lead, but Set had a different idea. The reverse sweep is still on. I need to get my blood flowing. Right, 2 games. Oh! Let's get some hype in here. Right, Set looked like he was down and out at 2-0, but he's fought back. No Morelia for Set, no Diona for Set. Both players banned APEP, I think, right? But no APEP for either player. And of course, Katt also no Morelia and no Wrecked. Right. Yeah, the beam was definitely something that he was missing in the earlier matches. And the beam was definitely helpful. Always shutting down that ATG drone. He can! And he did! Yep, Set's doing a great job. He's brought this back level. Can he close out? Has he got the momentum? It's on its side. But can he take it into the game? Just reading global chat. It's fucking just nonsense, as always. Just having a little dance. What's going on? Right. Katt is deck building. Set is in the menu. Good. DJ, what the hell? Right. Still waiting on Katt. Someone says there's a bug where you can't use Nats or Ardent Aegis on a Rammer or a Cleaver. Anyone experienced that? No? Didn't think so.
Masters, get ready. Throw down that face down.
Right, here we go. This is the final game. 2-2. King Puff against Valorian. Looks like it's almost the same deck from Set. Definitely a different deck from Katt. He's got a black hole in there. The only black hole we've seen today is a very dubious one from Ficus. Oof. Okay. Again. Itchy trigger finger on the beam. This bridge is staying red for ages, though. That's painful. Okay. Reconator straight into the Shen. That's kind of annoying. Here come the Zeppelins, though. The bridge switch away from the Shen. Zeppelin's a little bit too far ahead, but they're still going to get some decent damage out. Reconator gets shut down by the Defenso. A lot of face damage here. XP coming back to Katt as well. Look how much face damage is this! He's got 1,000 HP. He's less than 1,000. Wow. 600 HP. Huge first push. I feel like that was because he was so eager to beam the Chisma that he, like, imagine if he had that beam for something else. Okay, here comes the Shen. Black hole denies Valorian's Searing Light. Only one Zeppelin coming in. Ooh. Ooh, okay, no explosion here. But, like, look how low he is. 215 HP left. How does Set survive this? No healing available. He's whittling him down. Shock Rock to face. 190 HP left. Here comes the next push. Zeppelin bombers are going to be coming in afterwards, though. There is the beam available. He's going to beam everything here. Oh, the black hole just denies the beam. Oh, and that black hole is MVP. Set's going to perish here. Katt. I think he knew that Set was going to have that black hole. Sorry, that beam. And the black hole is just the MVP. Don't see it too often, but my goodness, did it get the value he did there. Not only shutting down the Searing Light from Valoran's perk 1, but the black hole. There it is. Katt is the champion. He's won the last 2 events that he has participated in. Well played. Set did a great job though, fighting back, but the power of Katt at the end there, just too much. Whew. Well, that was quite the final. Okay, right, let's see if Katt's available for a chat. That's a lot of damage! That black hole. The beam carried Set to the last game, but the beam was ultimately denied. Right. Yeah, the beam against the black hole, such a massive positive trade for the black hole player. Just puts you in a huge hole. Right. Okay, so Set is the runner-up and Katt is the champion. Now, if you missed any of this, don't worry. I'll put it up on YouTube tomorrow so you can check it out. If you missed any of it, you can follow along. If you want to revisit something, you can do. Make sure you subscribe to my YouTube. Links in the chat, wherever it is, over here somewhere. I feel like Katt reacted to Set playing the beam constantly, and he kind of knew that Set was probably going to keep playing the same deck. Just a little too predictable there, I think. But very well played. But also, thinking back, like, the first time Katt used the black hole, you're going to be surprised. But you've got to know he's got the black hole. So, like, that just means the beam has effectively got to be off of the menu. Because you know it's going to get black hole. The only way you can use it is you've got to force the black hole out. So maybe use your Searing Light, get that black hole, and then you can beam. Like, beaming when you know the black hole's available, it's just not going to work out. Right, unfortunately no interview. Katt is not available. Right, I appreciate you guys joining along. We will do some giveaways to see, so get some people some stuff. Which is, here's the thing, if you want to get in. Right, so let me make sure that we've done what we need to do. The prediction is done. What do you guys think? You have a good time? I had a good time. We saw some Shrew Mama action. Not too much of it, though. We saw a lot of Battle Monkey. Battle Monkey being the MVP in a lot of occasions there. We saw a lot of different Masters. I don't think we saw a Stormbringer, did we? Any other Masters we didn't see? We saw a lot of different ones. Good to see DeathShoott back. Not getting quite as far as he would have hoped, probably. But did a great job. So Katt is the champion. Set is the runner-up. Ficus and Dark Crow, 3rd stroke 4th place. Doc Banan says, wish me luck, guys. I've got a fight set in the other tournament. Yes, don't forget my tournaments are running. That's my 1v1 and 2v2 Fishbowl Brawls. We're going to be doing those every patch. So the August ones for Vanguard are already running. So if you're involved in those, please make sure you keep an eye on the website, keep an eye on the Discord, keep up to date on your schedule, make sure you communicate with your teammates, your opponents, make sure you check in, get your damn matches played. If you're interested in being in the next events, keep your eyes open because there'll be more events coming up in the future. Of course, are open to everyone. Lots of them have guaranteed prizes for everyone. There's no PTR, I don't think, this weekend to remind you about, but I can remind you about the PTR existing and make sure you check it out next time. Get involved in the upcoming changes, the new cards, the balances. We know one of the new cards, but we don't know much about it, which is this bear. Probably had tested him a long time ago, can't remember exactly what he does, but we'll find out more in the PTR, see what he's like. Seems like the next patch, I guess, is going to be a Stout Heart based expansion, which we haven't had for a good long while. Remagar was probably the last one. Free voice crack. 3 DLCs already done, I think, so you can't get that. So yeah, that's pretty much it. I don't know if there's anything else that I need to do here. I'll draw the giveaway winners and do whatever codes are outstanding after the stream. We just need to find someone to raid, and then we can go about our day. But thank you so much for joining me today. This was Team Honor Frenzy and BetaDwarf's Knight's Duel number 27. Katt is the victor. Currently number 1 on the leaderboard, I think, as well, so he really is crushing it at the moment. Merlin had a time. I'm glad you had a time. Good job. Nice time. Right, who should we raid? Okay. Let's make sure they're not about to finish. Okay, let's give it a go. Right, okay. Oh, someone's it. We're spectating someone. Katt and Nicola playing against JF and someone. You guys want to watch a 2v2 game? The the deck thing's not going to work properly for 2v2. You guys want to watch an extra game? Shrooms and bats. More shrooms. See, this is when you wildcard the shrooms, that's when they get out of control. Like, you're still dealing with the first lot. Here's the next lot. This is just a ladder game. This is not a tournament game. And even if they don't do too much HP, they just loiter on the bridges for so long. Look how many shrooms are on that top bridge. That's nonsense. Okay, here they come. Can you split them while they're frozen? I don't know. They didn't look like they split. I don't think they were already shield split. Right. He wants to try to get the rage buff on them, so he's probably going to wait a little bit for that. Oh my god, they're everywhere. Okay, that breath's going to do a good job against them. They're still splitting, but they're all dying. Hey, the first lot of shrooms, many moons ago, seemed to do a lot, but since then, they haven't really got too much value. Who knows how the shrooms look like they just deflate when they die? Right. He's basically got all the puffs in his deck. Oh. Arcane Bolt not doing what it needs to do. Okay. Is JF and his teammate Terrorizer coming back here? Some good face damage. They know they're going to get breathed, right? But it's just about trying to out-cycle your opponent's counters as always, right? Right, perk 3 for Katt and Nicola first. Dragon comes in and shuts down the Cage Prowler. The Harbinger's not going to be amazing against this. Right, here comes the next lot of bats. Right, breath coming in. Trying to get that healer away from the Harbinger with the Impetus Blast. Okay, that's a lot of shrooms at the top. Getting a little bit out of control here. Harbinger goes down. Morgul splits everything apart. Doesn't really do it that much AoE damage to those. Right, here comes the breath again. Good XP lead though for the blue team. Good breath value. But this is it. You use your breath to counter the first lot, and then the next lot's just here. Yeah, I don't know if they cycle back to the breath or if they're both running it. Shuts it down pretty heavily though. Yep, unfortunately everyone's basically playing this crap. Deflated mushroom. Right, Mana Frenzy. The red team's so far away from their own Mana Frenzy though, there's no way they're going to hold on here. Death by 1,000 shrooms, most likely. Or the breath doesn't get the puffs, which is fairly painful. How many shrooms would you like? Yes. Golly. This is basically this season in a nutshell. Okay. Well, a bit of bonus gameplay. Unfortunately, it wasn't quite the stuff we want to see. Right. So, let's get ready to get out of here. Is this stream still running? Did this guy leave? Let's have a look. Hey, Hungo. Okay. Okay, let's go get our raid on. Thanks so much for being here. Why does Twitch keep breaking? Okay. Right, thanks for being here. We're going to go raid now. I think this is still live. Twitch is just being weird. We're going to go see Gottfeet. Haven't seen him for a while. He's a gamer that plays... He's an Xbox gamer, but he plays with his feet. It's pretty insane. We're going to go check him out. And we'll see how much better he is than all of us using just his feet. It's pretty incredible what he can do. Super nice guy as well. Thanks so much for being here today. I'll sort out the giveaways or whatever after the stream. So if you win, check your DMs. Well, if you get a message, check it. If you get a message, read it. That's it. I don't know why I had to make it quite so difficult. Okay, we just got to wait for 3 minutes. Then we should be good to go. Thanks so much for joining me today, guys. I'll see you again soon on the next stream. Wait, hold on. I think I did the raid at the wrong time. I've got to wait until I'm waving, right? Otherwise you miss the end of the game. Sorry, I nearly messed that up. I nearly messed that up, and I didn't mess it up, so that it doesn't count. Like I saw the raid about to go. I was like, well, that feels like I haven't been waving for 20 minutes. Because I hadn't. Don't want you to miss the shrooms. Okay. Come on, fishy, start waving. I think that's got to be close. Okay, let's go. Let's go again. Sorry for messing that raid up. I'm a professional streamer. I know what I'm doing. Sometimes. Bye! Thanks for being here. My teammates in Minion Masters play with their forehead. I can relate. Okay, there we go. Raid is over. Fish can sign out. Peace.